Hello, everybody. Welcome to Go Buff Yourself and Thousand Faces TTRPG's test one-shot of Daggerheart. I am very excited to have these 5 wonderful players here with me to put this system through the ringer a little bit and see what we can find that we like, what things need help. And to that end, as every one of these people has been a player in my game, I will be making the combat challenging. At least once we get the hang of things. In the meantime, let's go around and introduce everybody. Starting with, I'm just going to go according to the screen that I see right here. So let's start with Mallo. Could you introduce us to yourself and to your character for those who didn't catch Session 0?
If you didn't catch Session 0, shame on you, but I believe it will be up on the YouTube channel, correct?
It is already.
Soon? Yeah, it is already. Yeah, but don't pause that and go watch it right now, because I'm playing Roux Capu, a simian pirate.
I love that. It's just so aesthetically pleasing. All right. Lauren.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
Hi. I am playing Mengah. I am, obviously, from the hat, a mushroom. I'm an inky cap mushroom of the Underborn persuasion, and I'm a rogue.
Matty.
Matty, I'm playing Momi, who is a fairy sorcerer, and I have actually never played a magic class, so this is going to be very fun.
Really?
I have
God.
played like 3 games, and I think you did.
I am pulling you out of your GM role and forcing you to be a player. Next up, Aaron.
What's up, everybody? I'm Aaron. I will be playing Otto, the Wanderborn Clank Wizard, and he has a little ice elemental friend that lives in his head named Otis. Should be fun.
I won't get those mixed up even once, promise. And last but not least, bring us home, Mav.
Let's go! It's your boy Mav. I'm playing Finn Smollett, who's a wonderful little ribbit. I'm not actually little. I'm probably like 5 feet tall. Playing a ribbit adventurer, pretty much, who is also a swashbuckler as well. I'm happy to be here. And please note, this will be the only time Ethan gives us an easy fight in any of the campaigns that we do.
Hey, whoa! Wild Beyond the Witchlight begs to differ.
He almost died.
That's not my fault. Look, it's not all on me. All right. Only a few quick announcements for me to go over before we jump in. First of all, this is an 18+ stream because there will likely be cursing. There will likely be cannabis use, not in character this time because Bodhi isn't here. But, well, I don't know if there will be cannabis use in character, but probably out of character. Please clip your favorite moments so that we can go back and watch them. But the most important note for tonight is this is a playtest. Not one of us has ever played full on this system before. So we are all, GM, players, and viewers included, going to be learning this system as we go. To that end, I am going to occasionally pull up on screen here where you see the Daggerheart logo. We'll be pulling up rules, character sheets, so that we can go over them. Obviously, when you're playing the game for real and you're familiar with it, you won't have that happen. So it's not a perfect representation, but we can't test the system if we don't learn the system. So, anyone have any other announcements you can think of? Well,
Started to play this with everybody and have you as my DM to teach me how to play this.
I'm excited to learn with you all, and if I make a mistake at any point, if there's something you remember and what I do isn't accurate, call me the hell out on it. That's the only way I will learn. So then, with all of that covered, why don't we get started? Marlo Fairwind, the right-hand sorcerer of King Emerus, has gathered her most trusted allies to carry an important package to Hush. Quick reminder, could people turn on their push to talk? Lauren, could you turn on your push to talk, my darling? I love you so much. It's all good. It's all good. We have so many games and they all have different rules. It's fine. Here, hold on. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back.
I got it.
Let's bring it back. She has gathered her most trusted allies to carry an important package to Hush, a small village within the ancient forest of Sablewood. The crate that has been entrusted to you all is large, heavy, and sealed with magic. It is addressed to the Whitefire Arcanist. No name outside of that title. You've been given a map, a carriage, and horses to pull it, as well as a promise of reward upon your arrival. You've been traveling for a few days. This evening, your party finally made it to the Sablewood, a sprawling forest of colossal trees that some say are even older than the Forgotten Gods. It's a place renowned for two things: its sunken pathways that provide the trade routes for many traveling merchants, and its unique hybrid animals. Even now, from within your carriage or atop it for you who are driving, you can hear strange sounds. The bird calls of the lark moths, the croak of the lemur toads, the skittering of a family of fox bats in the nearby undergrowth. One of you has to drive this carriage. So my first question for you all, this is a closed carriage. Who is driving? Okay.
I'll drive.
Okay.
I'll drive. Mommy will drive.
Mommy is driving.
It's your turn to drive.
Could you please describe for us who we see driving this carriage?
Sitting in the front of the carriage is a rather petite fairy. She's got lovely little mothy wings, little antennae with like those long little hairs on them that kind of hang always in her vision. And she's wearing a cute little pink dress with her hands barely on the reins, just kind of looking around.
And the rest of you, if you're not driving, there are really only two options: riding inside or walking in front or behind the carriage. What is each of you doing?
Roux's going to try to do third option.
Oh,
Being
hit
a
me.
simian, very small.
Mm.
Can he be perched on top or hanging off to the side, kind of keeping an eye out?
As your years on ships has made you quite accustomed to hanging from riggings and masts, and you absolutely can hang on here. The bumping of the carriage along the sunken path of the Sablewood is nothing compared to the intense seas that you have endured. And so who do we see?
You see a very small, like maybe 3 feet tall total, very slight, gray and brown monkey with a very long tail, kind of using the tail to kind of grasp around some of the pieces on the carriage. He's got a red pirate's hat with gold filigree around it, and he's got almost like welder's glasses and things over his eyes. So he's got a very, like, you know, he's got his sunshades on and things like that. He's wearing a red bandana with a sort of gray and blue tight, not a leather jacket, but kind of a canvasy sort of jacket over top of him with some jewelry and things like that kind of adorned everywhere else on his body.
the carriage goes over a root in the path, causing all of you who are riding in or on the carriage to shift a little with it. Otto. Oh, we'll start with Finn. I always respect seeing a hand raised. Finn, where are you? Are you walking along outside the carriage? Or are you inside?
Well, Finn would be walking alongside his buddy Roux Capu, just reminiscing on being a part of the crew of the Crimson Maw, hence the red being the colors, and just saying, and what you see is a 5-foot tall green tree frog that is a ribbit. He has a short sword on his back and a shield that is made up of a amalgamation of a boat wheel, and just put together, but it's sturdy wood. And he has also a red scarf around his neck and pretty much a pirate's tunic, with a rope sash and capri pants with like metal knee guards. And yeah, that's Finn. And on the tunic you do see a
Insignia?
Thank you. Insignia of a snapping turtle's mouth with a trident through it.
Love it. Feels very almost like a Bodhi reference there for our Wild Beyond the Witchlight fans. That means that we have two more. Otto, where are you in relation to the carriage?
So if you had a bird's eye view of the carriage, every time it goes over one of those bumps, the back of the carriage seems to sink a little lower due to the heavy weight in that, which would be cutting into the inside of the carriage. Sitting there next to, I'm hoping the package that they're delivering can sit next to him, is a 6 foot to 6'3" metal body, all round, very Baymax-like. Kind of an oval head with two big blue eyes and no real mouth, but a line between. And on his side, he's got a tiny little wand that's way too small for his body. But the metal on him is showing some rust and wear. But he is sitting next to the package, and every time there is a bump, he slightly looks, moves his hands, shifts the package a little bit more evenly, looks back out, and starts talking to whoever else is in there. Did you know that there are over 43 species of subsquirrel in this forest? Bump.
And as the cart bumps once more, the camera hard cuts to the one additional passenger inside the carriage with Otto. Mengah, could you please describe yourself?
I'm a 4'11" humanoid inky cat mushroom. So she's sitting across from our little robot friend here, and she is kicking her little legs. She is gray, black, and white. She has little tendrils of what look to be sap dripping from her cap, and she's got these cute little bell sleeves that also almost look to be like a membrane, like attached to her part of her, that's also dripping that ink. She's got a whimsy about her. She's got hair swooped over one eye, very emo, or scene, depending on how you want to look at it. But she's over there kicking her little legs, and she has pulled out from her pocket a couple cicada shells with little mushrooms coming out of it. Oh, this was a good day. and reaches them over to Clank.
How many did you collect today?
We have been traveling, so none. But that's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
We will do it later.
As the camera...
There are many.
As the camera... No, you're good. As the camera cuts back outside to Momi driving the carriage, the horses, the 2 horses that pull this carriage, are trotting along quite contentedly. You notice something unique about the look of the trees here in the Sablewood, in this particular area. What do you notice? You get to help build the world right here.
Oh, okay. Just throwing me on the spot there. She's gonna look over, and not every tree, but every few trees. There are these rather fine and thin wooded trees, but they jolt up straight like a pine. And they have dozens and dozens of rings worth of branches. They grow really, really slowly. And instead of the needles jutting outwards, they're all just going to curl slightly, almost like the lichen, the bearded lichen trees. But they just curl slightly and hang limply, just breezily in the wind.
And much as the Sablewood is known for its hybrid creatures, the trees around here look almost like hybrids, as you described, somewhere between Spanish moss and pine. And as you navigate the steeds to pull the carriage around a tight corner, one wheel of the carriage comes off the ground for just a second before landing back, causing those of you atop and inside to have to resettle yourselves. But Roux and Momi, from your positions, you are the 2 who first notice that up ahead of you, in the pathway, there is an overturned merchant's cart lying on its side, blocking the path. A scattering of fruits and vegetables litter the trail, seeming to have originated from the cart itself. And as you...
Can I... Oh, sorry.
No, go.
Can I instantly try to pull back and stop the horses?
They easily oblige. You weren't flying, and they settle to a stop. And as they do, a creature steps around the side of the carriage. Something that, Momi, you certainly recognize. This is a Strix wolf, one of the many residents of the Sablewood, a large creature with the body of a wolf, the face of an owl, and large wings adorning its back. As it steps around the side, it finishes chewing its meal, what looks like a severed hand. And it stares at you, the 2 of you who it can see easily, curious, trying to determine whether you are friend or foe. Then you see, following clumsily, and without even the smallest semblance of stealth or guile, following behind 2 small pups that tussle out from behind and then stop, noticing that there are other things here, and look to their mother for guidance. Those of you inside feel as the carriage comes to a stop. Finn, you certainly notice as well. What would you all like to do in this moment? Oh, muted.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to step down from the carriage, and she's going to kind of wave her arms a little bit as she walks, just slowly. And she's going to crouch in front of this wolf and hold her hand out, and attempt to possibly convince it that I am friend.
Got it. As Mommy is doing this, is anyone else doing anything in this exact moment?
Hey, Roux. What's going on up there?
There's a big. That looks like it's a snack. It's eating a hand.
Is Mommy doing that thing where she goes and tries to make friends with everything, even they can eat us?
Know what you mean?
Just get a sword, just to be safe.
All right.
And what about the two of you in the cart?
Sorry, she was stepping all over the whole keyboard, and inside the cart. When we stop, she's definitely gonna look up with her bugs in her hands at Clank. Ooh, now might be bug time.
We should see what we have stopped for, because we are not there yet. And he's going to try and use his giant hand on the little doorknob and...
I've got it. She gently touches his little hand. I've got it. And she just like drips her hand all over the knob, opening it up.
So we've got Roux and Finn, who are prepping for battle, loosening swords in scabbards. We have Otto and Mengah, who were inside and are starting to leave the cart and the carriage, excuse me. And then we have Mengah. Mengah, this is going to be our first action roll of this system. Now, before you make this roll, remember that if you want, you can spend one of your 2 hope points that you start the session with to leverage an experience, one of your 2 experiences, to add that to the roll, if there is anything that you feel is relevant and if you want to spend that hope point. If not, this will be a presence roll. So you tell me whether you want to try to use one of your experiences or no.
Was that for me or?
Did I say Mengah?
You
I said
Mommy.
Mengah. I misspoke. Mommy, that is you.
Okay, that makes more sense.
It does, doesn't it?
So I'm going to reach my hands out. It's okay, puppy. I won't hurt you. It's going to be okay. Can I leverage that I am nature's friend?
Absolutely. This is exactly what this type of experience that you chose is for. So go ahead and mark off a hope. So now, now you have 1 remaining, and you roll your 2d12s, your hope and your fear die, and we'll add 2 in addition to your presence bonus, which is a +1. So 2d12 plus 3.
So that is 20
with
on hope.
20 with hope. The challenge rating here was 10. So absolutely. First of all, go ahead and mark back a hope. So you regain a hope point.
Yep.
And the Strix Wolf doesn't come to you. That would be a critical success. What it does, however, is eyes you for a long 5 to 10 seconds, sizing you up. And then, convinced that you are no threat, uses her snout to nudge one of her little pups off the side of the road, who goes scampering proudly, feet raised high as he trots his way off of the main path. The other one being a little stubborn, so Mama Strixwolf has to pick him up by the scruff and carry the second pup away. But upon going into the nearby trees, gives one last look behind, pup hanging out of the mouth, and disappears into the tree line, the tail of this creature, the last thing that you see.
And I'm going to turn back. She's going to turn around and make her way back to the wagon. and just kind of sit back in the driver's seat.
Well, good job for. Well, good job. We didn't have to fight the thing.
Did you want to fight the thing?
Well, no, we got a job to do, so it would have, made us later.
Okie dokie.
Otto pokes his head out of the carriage. Do you think we should check out what happened to that cart?
It is still overturned. It is still in the way.
In
Yeah,
my
we gotta
opinion,
move it.
Finn, do you want to come with me? Check it out. And his little legs just start going doop, 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 heading over.
All right, Otto, I'm coming. It's gonna hop.
Roux will scamper ahead of both of them and start doing pirate things of like taking stuff. They're not gonna need it anymore.
All right. Well, the three of you who head over to the cart, Roux, I'm sorry to let you know. Someone looks like they've gotten here first. This cart seems to have been stripped of all the valuables. There is still, however, what looks like the dead driver with a mangled arm, courtesy of our Strixwolf friend, who seems to have been picked over in parts by at least the family of Strixwolves, if not other things. Do you inspect the body closer? Do you look for anything in particular, or were you simply looking for loot?
Pat him down at least.
Pat him down. You find a few coins that were missed. Nothing worth writing home about, but as you flip him over, you notice he did not die from this accident, nor did he die from the Strixwolves. He died from a slit throat.
I don't have a problem. And he's gonna stick his head up, like up on like a prairie dog almost, like from up to the other side of the thing. It's like
Waddle on over.
As you guys get over, he's just gonna point down and be like, "That's not from our friend." And he's gonna try to perceive. He's gonna kind of put like the two hands up and kind of like took a look around maybe, and then like try to perceive anything that he can see, if like there's bandits or anything like that.
Could you please make me an instinct roll? Again, the same thing applies here. If at any point you want to try to leverage one of your experiences, let me know which one, and if we say that's clear, it'll cost you 1 hope point to do so.
It's going to be a 12 with hope.
Wonderful. So, first of all, 12 with hope, gain a hope. However, 12 wasn't quite good enough for this check. So you are looking around, you hear the calls of the strange hybrid creatures that call the Sablewood home. Your instincts are prickling, the back of your neck, your ears are ringing, you know what's coming. But that isn't enough for you to be able to stop it, because in that moment there is a whirlwind of cracking branches and unsheathing blades as a group of 4 thistle folk, frog-like humanoids, jump out from the brush on the side of the road, revealing that, as Roux already discovered, this cart was a simple ambush. They stand before you, blades drawn, blocking the road, and blocking the road, or the side of the road as well. We are going to switch over to Roll20, pull out the action tracker, and get started on our first combat. So, I have to adjust one thing on here. Bada boom. What I need from everyone is... We are going to take one of your tokens from each one of you up here onto the map. And could you please place yourself where you would be. This cart down here at the south, towards the bottom, that is the one you came in. The one up here towards the middle / is the overturned one. Unfortunately, Dungeon Alchemist didn't give me the ability to overturn the cart. Annoying, that.
Okay, so this is the one that's overturned,
Cool.
right?
The one that all of you are around now is the one that is overturned, yes.
Okay, I would be over here then. Still on this cart.
Wonderful.
Roux is deep into this cart right now.
Yes, you are. Right?
He is deep into this cart.
All right, I am then going to go ahead and place our Thistlefolk friends. Like I said, there are currently 4 of them. So, just a reminder for all of the players and for everyone watching, Daggerheart doesn't have a hard initiative system. You all, unless I decide to spend a fear, go first and you go in whatever order you all decide. So who would like to take the first combat turn? Let's start with Finn.
All right, guys, just let you know that we're not all bad, okay? I don't know them. We're not related in any type of way. So, hey, this people, I'm sorry, but these are my people, not you. So I'm going to take my sword out and charge at the one in front of me. And, all right, so now how do I roll to attack?
Okay, wonderful. So we're going to take a look at your primary weapon here. It uses your agility. It has a +3, so you're still going to roll 2d12s. Be sure to, and just add 3. Let me know the total, and let me know which die rolls the highest.
Hold on, I have a d8, so I'm getting that, and I'm getting that ready too, just in case. I'm gonna have that ready too.
And I'm going to go ahead, since you're taking an action, I'm going to move one of your tokens over here onto the action tracker, so that we know who has gone and how often.
+3. All right. So I take the highest one?
No, you add them together.
Oh,
But let me know which die rolled the highest. So let me know the total,
right.
and then with blank.
with the +3, that is 20.
Jesus.
And 20 in hope.
20
10 on
with
the hope
hope.
die.
Wonderful. So mark a hope point, and that is enough to hit. So now you roll damage.
All right. 4. Because I rolled it at the same time.
4
3 plus
damage.
1.
That is a minor wound. So that is going to deal 1 hit point worth of damage to...
Okay.
Oh, and you were probably attacking this one over here. So let me amend that. All right. 1 hit point worth of damage to that one. Who's going next? And keep in mind, technically, just rules-wise, there's nothing stopping the same person from going twice in a row if that is what the group thinks is smart. But with Finn having just gone, who's going next? Sure. Momi.
I think Mommy's going to pull her little wand out from one of her many underskirts, and she's going to attempt to fire a spell attack at that guy there.
At which guy? Oh, that one right there? All right, cool. So, looking at yours, what spell are you wanting to use?
Ooh, I need to quickly read that. Well, I've got the little magic wand as one of my items, and so I think I can do a.
Oh yeah, we need to equip that for you.
6 + 1 magic damage with it.
All right, cool. Make sure you have that equipped. That is a +0 because it uses your knowledge. So it's just a straight action roll to see whether you hit.
That is a critical success. 2 6s.
2 6s, critical success. So that and Daggerheart uses the crunchy crit system for damage. So all you have to do is roll the 1d6 + 1, and we will automatically add another 6 to that total.
That is 6.
It should be more than.
So-
It has to be. Oh, you rolled.
Well, it would be 6 to 6, a total 12.
Wonderful. As you, in one shot, kill this bandit, could you please describe that?
Okay, she's going to pull out the wand from her skirts, kind of tap it a couple times, like one would with like a flashlight or a lighter, and then she's just going to kind of, with a little swish of her wrist, fire the spell at it as she's making her way to the back of the wagon.
Beautiful. Also, it's critical. You gain a hope.
Oh, yeah.
All right, and
Welcome to Disney Channel. My name is Mommy. Welcome to Disney Channel.
who would like to go next? Otto, hit it.
Otto, when the ambush triggers, his head is gonna like spin in a full 360 to register that they're in the kill box, and he's going to take his left arm and kind of pull apart the piece of metal on his stomach, which pops off and is then his tower shield. But then he is going to put both hands in the air and turn around and start running back to the carriage. Be like, protect the package, protect the package, protect the package. And as he runs by, he is going to reach out his other arm, and the blue from his eyes is going to kind of like permafrost on his metal and transfer down his arm. And I am going to spend 1 hope to give Mengah a 1d6 to their armor score the next time they use an armor slot.
So this is using your Tava's armor ability, correct?
Yes.
Awesome.
So I'm going to spend a hope, and then she gets, where's my d6? 4
Whew.
additional to the next time she uses an armor.
So the next time you use an armor slot, Mengah, it will reduce the damage 4 further than it originally would. That is huge. Well done.
And he's going to get back to the cart and try and open the door again.
And don't forget to move your tokens up onto the action tracker when you have gone. That way we can keep track of who has done what. Awesome turn, way to buff. Who wants to go next? Because we haven't had any fear or failures yet. Want to go again?
I don't know if this would count as a whole action or not, but as soon as
if I can interrupt you really quick, just to let you all know something. As part of a regular action, you can also do regular movement, which is up to 30 feet, up to 6 squares. So you can do that as part of that same action, just so you know.
This is a second action because she wants to go into the cart and then she wants to lock the door from the inside and just start piling everything that's near her in front of the door.
Just barricading?
She's going to barricade the door and then sit directly on the package with her wand just like between her 2 hands like this, just ready, prepared.
Yep, that'll count as a second action, even though there is an action roll. Mengah.
Can she lock the door before Otto gets to it? So that's why he's trying to open the door.
Love it.
Okay.
Okay, Mengah has this ability called Shadow Stepper, where she can move from shadow to shadow in a shadow cast by another creature or object. Currently, she is standing in the shadow on the map, but I guess you could tell me what it actually is, of the caravan, but wants to be in the shadow of the tree behind her. Is it possible to do that before I narrate it?
Yes, 100%. It costs you a stress to do so.
Yep.
But you can absolutely do it, and I love it.
Fantastic. So, and I'm gonna take 2 turns back to back if that's okay. So she turns and she hears protect the package, and turns and sees this person behind, and before even taking her first step, she sinks into the shadow of the caravan, and then rises up in the shadow of the tree, pulls out her dagger, and stabs him.
Which thistlefolk are you appearing near?
Now let me go over to that and move him, okay?
Okay. But yes, that is absolutely something you can do. That is
Right there?
great way to use your ability. It is within far range, so you can do that absolutely. So we're going to move one action tracker token onto the action tracker.
Okay.
Could you do that for me?
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. I was looking at my sheet.
I know there's a lot.
Here we go. Okay, so put it on the tracker because I have it.
So that was for your first
now.
one. And now you're going to attack, so that's a second action.
No, my second action is dagger right into the side rib.
Okay, you have a +2. It is a finesse weapon. So action, or your duality dice, the 2d12s, +2. You know, from certain angles, your
23?
mushroom hat looks like a chef's hat when you like lean
Isn't it
close
cute?
like that.
Love it. I'm a chef mushroom.
What was your total and what die rolled the highest?
I don't know. I have to redo it now. Well, the hope is the highest of 23.
Hit. Good God, y'all. What did you roll on the dice?
A 13 and a 9.
How'd you roll a 13 on a d12?
I'm sorry, a 12. I'm sorry, a 12 and a 9. Sorry.
Ooh. I was like, are you all rolling 2d20s?
No, it's 2d12.
Firepower started early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right, yeah,
cool. Yes,
12,
that absolutely hits. So roll me that damage.
Okay, which is a 1d8 plus 1 according to my character sheet, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I did it in there in dummy plane. That was kind of cool.
Okay, what was the total?
So it says 7.
7, which is going to put that in the major section. So that is 2 hit points of damage to this one as you and appear right behind it just in time to drive your dagger up into its rib cage area, and this thistle folk lets out a as it turns and is bleeding profusely from this wound. Roux, you're the only one who hasn't gone.
So Rue's gonna get out both of their daggers, and they're gonna run up to the remaining person over here on the left. And as he's kind of running up with it, he's just gonna be like, "You go fucking crazy, cause I'm gonna fuck you up, motherfucker!" And just take both of them and just start coming down on top of them and
All right,
just a halo.
let's do it. So, are you just doing a standard dagger attack?
Yeah,
Cool.
with both the daggers. yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's gonna be a let's see, it's +2 with prime. Oh, that's in damage. Okay, so it's gonna be a 12 with fear.
12 with fear. So, first time in the game, we...
Sorry, 14 with fear.
Interesting. So that is a success with fear. So, I will go ahead and collect a fear, but you hit, so roll that damage, and because you have the small dagger as well, you add an additional +2 to that.
Is it a plus? Or is it 1d8? Yeah.
Yeah.
+2.
Which I'm curious if that's already taken into account here in the +3. I think it is. So it's 1d8 +3, because there's no other way you would have a +3.
Yeah. Well, that's good, because it's 11 damage. Roll an 8 on the die.
Okay, all right. That is in the severe category, so that is 3 hit points. So could you also describe, as in one shot, you clear this guy out?
He's gonna just come down and like, you just hear from like you just hear like Roux kind of like run into it, and you just hear the smack, and then just from like behind these bushes and all like that, you just hear like.
I love it. So, because of the fear, it's my turn now. And I am going to first attack Mengah with the little thistle folk up here. He's using a dagger, and I roll a d20, which is so interesting. but a 5 will certainly miss your evasion, I suspect. Am I right, Mengah?
Yeah.
All right. Because I failed to use its ambush ability at the very beginning, which I should have, he's going to go again. And a 6 is also going to miss. Doesn't matter. Matty, these are failing me. But they're doing well for you. All right.
Why do you think she gave it to you?
Yeah, I'm figuring that out. The one that you gave me cursed dice, the one that is next to Finn is going to spend. I'm going to spend a fear to use one of its fear abilities. So this is going to be a basic attack roll here. 19, I think, will beat your evasion.
Yep.
I would be very surprised if it did not. That is going to deal 8 magic damage and is going to blast you right across. So what he does is this. He's slightly bigger than his counterparts, only a little, but a 6-inch difference on a relatively small creature can make a big difference. But he's been following you as the two of you have been prodding each other with daggers, and he reaches out with his offhand, puts his hand against your chest, and there is a poof of force as you are knocked back 20 feet across the sunken pathway and take that 8 damage. Now, this is the first time someone has taken damage, so just a reminder of what you can do. If you want, you can spend one of your armor slots up here at the top next to your evasion and armor. You have 6 to start. You can spend one of them to reduce the damage by your armor score, which is 4. Right now, it's in the major amount of damage because it was 8, so it would deal 2 hit points worth of damage to you. If you mark off an armor, that would take it down to 4, which would only be minor, which would deal 1 hit point worth of damage.
I will do that. So I just put in an armor slot.
Just mark an armor slot, yep.
And then mark 1 HP away.
Correct.
1 HP slot away.
Correct. It's that easy.
Cool.
Now,
Cool.
annoyingly, I can only take as many actions as... I can't have things act more than once. You all can. So that's the end of my go. I'm going to move 2 action tokens off of the chart here because I did 2 things. And that brings us back to you all. We still have these 2 who are over on the right-hand side, right next to Mengah, and not close to too many others of you. What are we doing? Finn, start us off.
I'm going to go, but I also got to remember too as well. For me, because I have a battle strategist, because I didn't see it, I didn't look when I hit him the first time. After a successful attack roll, you can describe how you outmaneuver your target, then mark a stress to deal them a stress. So I remember that for next time.
Very cool.
Because at this point in time, Finn's gonna get up, like put himself up with his sword, spit the blood out, because that was inner trauma there. He knocked some blood out, and wants to go right back at him.
And it's an easy enough unthreatened path. There's no check that you have to make, so you can make it there as part of your movement.
Okay, cool. And then I'm just going to take 2 turns to just cut him up at this point.
All right, let's take that first one and see if anyone wants to, if we want to do anything different after that first one. So let's take that first attack. That is still 2d12 plus 3.
$17 with hope.
17 will hit. And take a hope point.
And yep. And the cool thing about my ability is that if I roll 1 on the damage die, I get to re-roll that sucker again. And
isn't it 1 or 2?
Is...
No, someone.
Yeah,
1 or 2. That's really cool.
Yep. 1 or 2. Yep. And because of that, I have max damage 9.
9, which impressively is only a minor wound for this guy. However, he's already taken 1 wound, 1 hit point, so you jump, boom, back across, right back into his face, and come across with your sword. He manages to deflect some of it with his blade, but you shear down into his bicep.
Was it supposed to go like this?
Well, that's too damn bad. And I'm going to give him a stress for that, too.
All right, which they don't have stress points. And because they don't, taking a stress, I believe, let me look this up. This is going to be my first rule consultation here. But I believe when they can't take a stress, they take a hit point. So let me see here. Stress points. See, stress points, marking stress. If you're ever forced to mark a stress point, but your slots are already full, you must instead mark a hit point. So,
I'm going to spit in his face with the blood and give him a stress point that way.
And remember, you also mark a stress point to do so. So,
it's good.
Could you describe, as you take the third hit point away from this bigger of the thistle folk?
So, as he said, I hop the cart and I just go and I slash, get him. And then while the sword is stuck in his arm, his bicep, I move it out the way and spit the blood in his face and pull it back out. And cling the shield and get ready again.
Very nice. And as you're sitting there ready, waiting for his next attack, he drops. And yeah, that's the end of him. Who would like to go next? I saw Otto's hand first, so let's jump over to Otto.
What's the ruling on, it's like the teamwork move?
A tag team?
Tag team,
So,
yes.
The rules on tag team. It costs 3 hope points. You can only initiate 1 each session. But when you do, you and the person you tag team with will both roll your action dice, and you'll take the best. Not the best fear and the best hope, the best total, the best result, or whatever result you choose. And then when you deal damage, you add your damage together.
Cool. Well, I don't have 3 hope, so.
Yeah.
But I will still use Mengah in this move. Otto is going to put his back against the carriage door, and he'll look over and see 2 of the thistle folk go down, and he'll see the last one next to Mengah, who's got the little bit of ice still on her, and he's going to reach his icy arm out again, and instead of anything coming from his hand, it's going to kind of protrude off of her, and an ice spike is going to shoot into him, and I'm going to use the spell Ice Spike. Make a spellcast roll to summon a large ice spike within very far range.
And you are absolutely within very far range. Yeah. And let's do something fun, because that was a cool description. Roll with advantage. So you can roll 2 hope dice and a fear die, and choose the best of the hope, or choose either of the hope dice you wish.
All right, and I get a +2 to this.
Oh no. Aaron, has your curse with D20s carried over to D12s?
You know, I just don't want to talk about it right now.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
10 with fear.
10 with fear. So this this spike of ice from the ice-like armor that you helped create around Mengah juts forward. This thistlefolk is able to duck underneath it. The energy it took for you to do that from this distance through a different host mark a stress. That will then bring up, I am going to collect a fear, and that brings up my little dude here. We forgot to move the action token, so I'm just going to move the auto action token back off, and my little thistlefolk here is going to try to do the only thing he really can, and attack Mengah.
I'm so sorry.
That is a 15 versus your evasion.
Poo-poo-doo-doo. Yes.
Yes. 2d8 plus 1 physical damage incoming for 8. Now,
What?
it's 8 physical damage. You compare that to your hit points and stress
major.
thresholds. So right
Mark
now,
2HP.
it is in major. But keep in mind,
I have a -4 though.
you have to use it
How do I do that?
by marking an armor slot. So if you mark an armor slot, it will take it down from
Okay.
8 minus your normal armor value, which is 2, minus another 4 from Otto. So that will be a total of -6, taking it down to only 2, which is only 1 hit point worth of damage. Would you like to do that?
I think that's the move, right?
I think that's the move.
Let's do the move.
All right.
Let's do the move.
Mark off one of your armor slots. Mark off 1 hit point. And is going to try to run.
Ew.
So uses its full movement as part of that action to move 30 feet after doing this, after stabbing you, seeing its 3 friends have been destroyed, 2 of them in single strikes, and is just trying to frog hop its way out of this terrible calculation. It is
Ethan,
your...
is there any windows in the wagon?
Yeah.
Okay. Would I be able to see him start to book it away?
Why not? He's within line of sight, but let's make this a roll to see, because there are trees in between you and it is fairly heavily forested in the Sablewood. Could you please make me a instinct roll? I believe instinct is what matches up with perception as best I can tell. If anyone thinks it should be anything else, just let me know.
Okay, so that is a 9 with hope.
9 with hope. So unfortunately, you don't spot him, but you, and because this was in action, you won't take a hope. This was just to see whether you saw him. This didn't count as an action. This was just a perception check.
Okie dokie.
So you can't see this thistlefolk from where you are. It's too blocked.
She'll just be kind of hanging out there with her head out the window now, looking around, seeing what she can see.
Okay.
Which is very little, apparently, but trees.
I think right now, Roux has taken the fewest total actions throughout the combat, so I'm going to have the camera focus back on you, Roux. Is there anything you would like to do right now?
After he gets done doing...
Gutting this
after
one?
he gets done gutting this guy, he's going to turn back and see that in sort of the flow of everything that's been going on and stuff like that, like he starts to see everybody running and stuff. So he's just gonna come and run and jump back on top of the turned over cart and just kind of put both daggers above the head, almost like Star Wars style, and just start screaming. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, if all you're wanting to do is move, it will still count as an action, because you have to use an action, I think. Let me confirm this. Hold on. That's why we're playing. Let me confirm that all movement in combat at least requires an action on your turn. Here we go. Whenever you decide to do something, makes a move. Moves in combat. No, I want movement, please. Quick pause. Rules check. Very important. There we go. Maps,
Fair enough.
range, and
We're
movement. We are on page 104. When you're not in a dangerous, difficult, or time-sensitive situation, don't need to worry about how fast you move. Moving close during actions, moving far, or without an action. If you're not already making an action roll, you'll typically need to succeed in an agility roll, instead of it counting as an action point for me. If all you're wanting to do is move, either far in general or just somewhere without an action. The DC here is 10 because that's the low DC. There's nothing too challenging. So an action roll with your duality dice, and agility roll specifically.
That is 16, but it's with fear.
16 with fear. You, I will say that the negative consequence here is you are able to get up onto there and you start, pumping your fists with your blades in your hand victoriously. The complication here that happens is It's so distracting that all of your friends turn to look, which gives because of fear, lets me go, and lets the Thistlefolk use his whole action to run. So he, as your four friends turn to look at you, and then you turn back where the Thistlefolk was, Finn and Mengah, you were the two who had clear line of sight, it is gone. And so we are out of combat right now.
Well, killed most of them. Roux, loot their bodies, see what they got.
Yep, and he's gonna turn back around and start to kind of
start looting.
Pad through. Yeah, he's gonna start doing pad through and things like that.
The three smaller ones were just carrying daggers. Didn't really have any armor on. Had mossy and mildew-ridden clothing, bags with food and personal sentimental items. The bigger one, though, was carrying a pretty nasty-looking serrated blade.
Does that count as a knife or a sword?
It's closer to a sword.
Yeah.
So, as you all gather yourselves, and... Oh, yeah?
Before we head out, she'll clear all the rubble from the doorway, obviously. She's going to come out and just walk directly to the little toad person that she bested. And she's going to turn to Otto. Otto, do you want to help me collect some meat for dinner tonight? And she's going to attempt to carve some flesh off of this frog person. Specifically the legs, because frog legs are delicious. And can I argue that...
You can argue anything.
Obviously. Can I argue that my gentle touch would help in the finesse aspect of this? If I'm going to go for like a specific...
For
nice
right
tender...
now, this is a one-shot. I'm not even going to make you roll for getting this leg. You can just do it if that's what you want to do, Mommy.
Yeah, she's going to collect the leg and turn to Otto and hold the leg out to him. And then make her way back to the cart where she'll find some nice paper that she always has with her. And she's going to wrap the leg up with the paper and tie it.
Like butcher's paper.
Yep, butcher's paper. And she's going to tie it really elegantly. And she's just going to tuck it in the corner of the cart for supper later tonight.
Awful.
And then she'll just go sit back in front of the cart ready to drive.
Awful and awesome at the same time. So, with this first combat in the rear view mirror, let's take a quick, just like 2 to 3 minute break so people can go to the bathroom, do all that. We will jump right back in here, though. So please don't go anywhere. We're one combat down, and that was the easy one, friends. So we will see you in just a few minutes. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for sticking around. One quick thing that I forgot to mention at the top, a few things just regarding this channel here. First of all, this morning, we got our first episode of The Wild Beyond up on Spotify. So those of you who want to listen instead of watch, you can access it there now. The sound quality for the first few episodes is a little uneven. Lauren's microphone is a little bit quiet, but it improves in the future, I promise. And it sounds really good. I loved listening back through to the first one of that. You can also find past episodes of anything we do, TTRPG, on this channel or on Misty Mountain Streaming over on Thousand Faces Cosplay on YouTube. Also, if you are into TTRPGs and looking for more to occupy your time, Lauren and I and Mallo are players over on Identico, the Twitch channel Identico and the system Identico, every other Tuesday, usually. And starting the first Tuesday in May, Lauren, and Matty will be playing in a new recurring campaign here on this channel the other Tuesdays. And that will be a noir-inspired Dark City, if you've seen that movie, inspired Curse of Strahd horror game using the Savage World system. So be sure to keep your eyes open for that. I am very excited to get that started. But with no further delaying, let's jump back in. With a little bit of effort, now that the main threat has been dealt with, you manage to pull the cart off to the side of the road so that it no longer impedes your travel or any other merchants. So what I would love really quick is, can you all just tell me what you do between here and arriving in the town of Hush?
Mommy, as soon as she can, is going to pass the reins off to somebody else. And then she's going to go to the back of the wagon, unwrap her prize, and she's going to do a nice, a good salt rub on it, do some heavy seasoning, because it's always best with heavy seasons. I think after a little bit, she will, like, take out the jar of honey that she has, and she's going to just completely wrap it in honey. And then she's going to just cover it back up, tie it back nicely, and just sit there beside it, closer to it than the package.
I'll drive.
Finn takes over driving, so he doesn't have to watch this thing happen as one of his heritage, one of his people is being carved up for food as a sentient species. Fairies, man.
Yeah, don't trust, dog. Don't trust fairy, dog.
Anyone else doing any? I mean, if you've seen any Guillermo del Toro fantasy movies, you know don't trust fairies.
Fucking told you,
right? Fairies are scary, man.
I fucking told you.
Oh, they're gonna take your teeth. What about the rest of you? Doing anything on this trip? Otto?
I would say he's back next to the package, next to him, and every time a little bit of seasoning kind of wafts towards the package, he'll use a little prestidigitation to waft it back and adjust the package so it's perfectly even again, and just kind of head straight, and then seasoning, waft, head straight, seasoning, waft.
I think every time Mommy sees you do that, she's just going to give you a very, like, dark glare over her shoulder. She's kind of, like, baring her little pointed teeth before going back to work. Every time she sees you, she's just going to glare at you.
Maybe on one of those, he would look back straight, and his eyes would kind of blink a little bit, and he would say, "You know, oregano usually goes good with that sort of meat." Blink, blink.
Sprinkle some oregano on there.
Waft it away. Back straight.
Mengah?
Roux was
Roux?
still. Roux, oh, God.
No, I was asking both of you. Hit it, Roux.
Oh, yeah. No, Roux was gonna continue to kind of sit up top, because Finn's up top, and he's just gonna kind of every once in a while just kind of look back up and sort of make some small talk. You know, just kind of look at him and be like, "Why did Captain have us come out here this time? I don't understand."
Well, Captain wanted us to go and find our own adventure, and said it was needed for us to go and do that. Plus, him and the rest of the crew, they found some map that they wanted to go and find some legendary treasure or something sort, and that's where they wanted to go. And they said for us to stay back and go and do our own thing.
Kicked out of the group then, huh?
Maybe I don't know. Well, we're alive, so we didn't get kicked out of the group. That's right. We're alive, so we didn't get kicked out of the group. Because most of the time you get kicked out of the group, they kill you. So, which, by the way, remember, you're welcome for letting you be a part and saving your ass all those years ago.
No. Thank you. And Roux's just gonna kind of like slink up a little bit like that, like yeah, thank you.
It's okay. I enjoy you being my friend. It's kind of cool having a buddy along on a trip. The others are really cool too, but it's nice to have someone that, you know, kind of knows who I am a little bit, and we know each other, and it makes it even better. And then we can tell the captain when we come back what we found. You know, we're gonna be famous pirates now. But that, get our own ship.
At that, Roux will come and sit down right next to Finn like that, and he'll kind of pull out, a dagger, which is might as well be a sword to him and all like that, and just point it forward. And he's like, "Yes, to adventure!"
Ah, yeah, bud. What is she making back? What did Mommy get?
I don't know, but I'm starving.
Again?
I'm really hungry.
I wonder what it's gonna be. It'll be probably delicious. She's usually really good at cooking. That's it.
All right. Mengah?
Mengah during this time is savoring the opportunity to kind of just be a casual nuisance. So she will come over while someone's very clearly like, while you're cooking, Mommy, she's over there. She just comes, are you sure you're going to put that much pepper on it? Just like planting doubt there. And then she goes over to Clank. Are you sure? Are you sure it's going to be safe in our care? Plants
Pulls
that
it a little closer.
Plants that seed. Becomes a physical nuisance to Roux up top. Every once in a while she's talking, she just takes the hilt of her dagger and she slams it on the. Yeah, and as I was saying to them before, I think.
Knocking.
Just an annoying little knock.
So every time you say something like, "Oh, are you sure that much pepper?" Mommy is going to instantly try to adjust what she's doing to match what you say every single time. And if you went to go reach in to touch anything, she won't react. She won't try to stop you or anything, but she'll just listen to you and just kind of look a little frazzled the whole time before just doing as you suggest.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to be fantastic. If I knew anything about cooking, I'd probably say that.
Hey, Mengah. Would you, and he's kind of looking around back at the seasoning meat back into her, kind of out the window. Do you ever think about doing this sort of adventuring thing with someone special?
Like my favorite houseplant?
I guess it could be a houseplant.
Well, sure. What about you? You don't want to be alone all the time. It's strength in numbers, as they say, especially where I'm from.
Oh, well, I am never alone, and his eyes split and the head lifts off and the little lizard sticks his head out.
Just this little pale white lizard that immediately licks its eyeball and chirps ever so slightly looking at you.
I forgot about that little one. When did you acquire this, friend?
And it closes, and his eyes glow blue again from the little lizard inside. It has been since I have been alive, I guess. But he is always there for me. Do you have someone who's always there for you?
Death.
On that note, as that is the answer that you receive, Finn and Roux, who are the ones keeping a lookout outside, the path that you are following leads you further into the forest until you spot a large stone pillar carved top to bottom in ancient dwarven symbols. This pillar denotes one corner of the peaceful village of Hush. When the cart passes beyond the stone marker, you feel a sudden sensation, like the pop of a bubble. And then the sounds of friendly chatter and music become louder. Though the trees of the Sablewood remain unchanged, the Spanish moss-like pines, the heavy leafed oaks. There's a distinct, safe, and comforting air here. A few smiling faces turn to you as your carriage grinds into town, waving or casting a warm greeting towards your carriage. Hello! Welcome! There's lively music drifting your direction from the tavern at the center of town. You all know that you need to find the Whitefire Arcanist to deliver this package from the king. So with that in mind, as you pull the reins, bringing the carriage to a stop, what would you like to do?
Mommy is going to wrap up her package, leave the carriage, and start looking for like a open pit fire or something in which she can cook it. Completely just walking away from the cart.
You do that. What are the rest of you doing as Mommy heads off?
Okay, well, she's off again. Where are we supposed to go? Otto! Where are we supposed to go?
His head just pops out looking straight up at you from the door. We must find the Arcanist Whitefire, but perhaps she should not go alone. Mengah, would you maybe look after her?
The flighty one? Yes.
Just blink, blink.
Good, she goes.
Where would we find, like, a predominant figure in a town?
Well, there is the tavern. There are also a bunch of people around in general. Roux, I saw your hand.
Well, Roux was gonna think the same thing. He's when he says that, he's gonna go, you know, you're gonna go to the tavern and get a drink. That's what we always do.
Yeah, you're right. Nope, that's not who that is. All right, yeah, we can do that now.
Let us find a tavern.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if we're heading in that direction, Roux's just gonna kind of generally listen and things like that as we kind of start pulling into to knowing, you know, the city and stuff like that. So like, it's a pretty heavily populated town, right? This is a big city.
I mean, it's not a big city. It's a small-ish town here in the Sablewood. It's not a metropolis. However, it is definitely populated. You see dwarves, one giant walking through, a number of clanks and halflings and humans. You see a few different folk of various heritages around. There's a young child who is currently climbing up into one of the trees that are all within. This isn't a clearing, for what it's worth. The town is built in the woods, not through it, not against it, but with it. A part of it, not apart from it. And you see a young child climbing a tree and trying to unfasten one of the lanterns that's attached up there. You see as the giant who was walking through reaches up and helps the child pull it down. Yeah, there are definitely people around.
I'm going to use my friend for all. Fenn's going to use his friend for all, just talk to someone who looks the nicest to ask him where the tavern would be, just to ask around where we would need to go.
Wonderful. The one that first catches your eye is actually kind of near the fire pit, or the fire that Momi and Mengah are heading towards. There is a clank sitting alone at a small table, has cards and what look like acorns out on the table, seems to be playing some single-player card game. Also has on their metallic shoulder a alert but friendly-looking foxbat. So, if you are looking for a friendly face, it takes you in the same general direction that Momi and Mengah were heading. Momi, you get there first. There is what seems to be a communal fireplace here, or fire pit here. People are sitting around it, laughing with each other, enjoying a drink, enjoying the cool wind that blows through the trees.
When Mommy arrives with the leg still wrapped in paper over her shoulder, she's going to stand like where the head or like the central position of the fire, and one by one she's going to look at each individual and just whisper just loud enough for them to hear, "If you do not leave, I will cook you next." She's just gonna go from person to person, burying her little sharp teeth at them, just trying to make them all uncomfortable and leave her alone, is what she's trying to do.
Okay. Could you please make me I'm going to say this is a presence check.
Alrighty. Okay, so that is a 12. Nope, wait. 13 plus fear. Or 13 fear.
13 with fear.
Yep.
You get a few of the folk around the fire. One who was finishing a drink, a younger-looking male dwarf. All right, that was done here anyway. Yes, all right. The clank, however, without lowering his hand of cards their hand of cards that they're keeping secret from no one since it's a single player, just looks up a little and one of its metallic eyebrows just... I don't think you'll cook me.
You're not right. And she's just gonna put the leg, just kind of hang it on the spit. One of the leg bones on that side, the other one on there, kind of shove them together so it will fit. Take the paper off, and she's just gonna gently roll the leg, cooking it slowly on the spit. And every time she looks up, she will only look directly at Mengah. Like, she'll look up at her, see that she's still there, then go back to her cooking. Then just like look back up to her, and then just go back to the cooking.
And Mengah and Finn, both of you are there by this point. Otto and Roux, were you waiting for your companions? Were you heading to the tavern? Were you joining them? Just trying to get a grasp on where everyone is.
I would stay with the package.
Got it.
And wherever the cart goes, but try and go in a direction of knowledge.
Okay.
To the tavern.
Roux would probably head to the tavern.
Got it. So we'll jump over to you two in just 1 second. As the clank had lowered his robotic eyebrow, it raises quickly again as the thistlefolk leg gets thrown onto a spit on the fire. They set their cards down, and even the foxbat seems to have a cocked eyebrow. In response, it looks like you encountered some thistlefolk in the woods.
Question you? Why would you question me? And she'll just continue cooking the meat.
It's at that point that
Oh, yep.
that Mengah kind of comes over to, like very slyly, just sort of appears next to this clank. Yes, you see, we are of the type that does not waste what is given to us so freely. He attacked us, and we had to defend ourselves. Why waste the meat that is already there? Friend.
I was not judging for what it's worth.
She's sensitive.
I'm not sure where the antagonism is coming from with this.
Trauma.
Strange. Well, enjoy your
Thank you.
meal. And then his their head slowly rotates towards Finn, with eyes just going between the leg and you.
Finn's not gonna pay attention to it. Hey, I'm gonna sit to my back to them, not knowing what she's cooking, not even paying attention. Hey, my name's Finn. Me and my friends are new here, and we were kind of looking for, and he's gonna look at his hand because he wrote it down. Where are we looking at? What are we looking for, guys? Help me.
Whitefire.
We were looking for Whitefire?
Oh. I don't know. But I know someone who might. You should ask Lausa at the inn. She knows the know.
Oh, well, thank you. What was your name?
I have to actually make sure I pronounce it right. Halathan.
Halathan?
Halathan
Nice to meet
Fives.
Well, nice to meet you, Halathan Fives. Is it all like one word, or is it like Halathan and then 5?
However is most convenient for you.
Well, cool. Can I call you Hal for short?
He opens his chest plate and there's a piece of paper in there with the VIN number and everything. Oh, yes, 2 words.
Oh, Clanks are so awesome, dude. Like, I have a friend who's a Clank too. His name's Otto. He's like really attentive on his job. Really good too.
And
something smells good.
that is funny that you say that. I was fascinated with the thistle folk, but when I attempted to ask your associate simple questions about it, I was chastised.
Oh,
Is that normal?
yeah, it is. You get used to it after a while. They kind of warm up to you.
Pass. And
Fair
picks their cards back up and gives an acorn to the foxbat.
All right, well,
Would
have a great day, Hal.
Oh, Mommy wants to jump in here.
would Mommy have heard the pass?
Wasn't said quietly.
I think Mommy is going to use a stress point to summon her wings, leap across the fire, and try to take the foxbat off the head of this robot.
Okay. So you can use a stress point to fly for a minute. Absolutely. We're going to say that is going to be a agility check.
Okie dokie, so that's a +0 for Mommy. Okay, so that is a 14 on fear.
14 with fear. So that's a success, but with a complication for fear. So your wings and you across the fire grab the foxbat in your arms, which starts to high-pitched in a barking squeal. And a number of townsfolk are starting to gather. What's going on? Those strangers in here, they took Alathan's fox. Why'd they do that? What are they doing? What are they doing here? And you have a small crowd of people now around you, as Halathan has tipped over the table in response. This soft-spoken clank is changing. The white eyes are shifting pink and darker and red. Give my friend back.
So she's gonna stand there with the body of the fox bat in one hand and the head in the other.
Wait, you took its head off? I thought you said
No.
off the head
Yeah,
of the
they're still-
fox.
still
Oh.
intact. I'm just holding it as if.
Okay,
Yeah,
for the
I'm
record,
holding it
no, if I were to
like
say
this.
I have your dog's body in one hand, do you
Good
think they're
point,
still
but-
connected?
They are still connected, Kurt.
Okay, good to know.
But she's gonna stand there with the little fox hat and just the fox bat, just like this. And she's gonna look directly at the clank. You apologize to my friend. Everyone wants to be friends with her. You apologize now. And she's just gonna be gripping onto the fox bat, staring directly at him.
Otto and Roux, you notice this commotion. You don't notice that it is surrounding your friends from where you are, but you certainly notice as a crowd has started to gather the general direction that your friends did go. Hold on, Mengah. We'll jump back. I'm just giving them a chance to respond as the crowd started forming. Mallo.
Yep.
You were saying something. I thought I saw you saying something. I just couldn't hear you.
Oh yeah. Roux's just gonna kind of look up at Otto and he's just gonna go. I think it's happening over there.
Can I see with my height? What's
How
happening?
tall are you?
Can I see like 6'4", 6'5"?
I would say that's tall enough to make me a basic instinct check to see if you can see it from here.
Instinct. Okay. Okay. 15 with hope.
Perfect. You were looking for a difficulty of 12. You see a... You get kind of a profile from where you are, so you see a clank, like yourself, with eyes that are shifting red, and you see Momi, hands gripping a flapping and barking and screeching fox bat.
His head is gonna zoom in, or his eyes register, and then they come back, and his body stays, but his head spins right towards Roux, and it appears Momi has made a new friend. You can get there faster than me. De-escalate, de-escalate, de-escalate.
And Roux's gonna take off all four legs, going straight for it.
So
oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
de-escalate, and ape run. Boom, cut back to the scene of the incident. Mengah, I saw your hand.
No. I don't want any more friends. And she's going to walk over and she is going to try to gently remove the animal from the hands. Just caressing your hands ever so gently, looking you in the eye. Thank you for defending me, but I hate everyone but you. And it's going to try to take take it. So sorry about all of that. Put it back on top. Pat, 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 pat. Good as new.
As the foxbat is placed on, I do have to say, approaching this clank is relatively intimidating. Using periscoping, extending limbs, this clank grew in height. As the eyes were glowing, just and as you do that, it sinks. They sink down and allow you to replace on the shoulder.
Oh, there you go.
The eyes, as it turns its head, and the voice that it had was very different from the initial soft-spoken voice. The eyes are still glowing red, but as it looks over to the fox, it speaks again with that soft-spoken voice. Are you well, friend? And the foxbat just kind of clings on and uses the clank's head to look around at Momi and then duck back. The limbs shunk, 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 drop back down. The eyes fade back to white. No harm, no foul.
Thank you. Violence is a religion where she comes from, and you guys don't practice the same here. Sorry.
It's gonna like recede towards towards Mommy.
Mommy?
He is going to basically be still frozen in the same spot, but she's now looking directly at the ground, attempting, like, with her hair, and, like, she's got her wings kind of folded up, attempting to hide how beet red she's gotten. She's just completely flustered and embarrassed, and she's just going to make her way back to the little cooking leg, still looking every couple of seconds back over to Mengah before gently rotating the leg.
Who comes over?
That smells damn tasty.
Thanks to
Damn
you.
freaking ass damn tasty. Wait, what was that?
To you. You're the one that tells me what to do. And she's just going to keep cooking, turning the leg.
Well, I think maybe, we don't need to yell.
At this point, Roux, you push through the crowd, and you see as a clank is resetting a knocked over table and is very methodically replacing the stool, sitting back down, dealing out its cards. You see it has a foxbat that looks rather scared on its shoulder. You also see Mengah over talking with a relatively abashed looking mommy who is just turning the thistlefolk leg on a spit. Finn is also here. Speaking of.
So when he flipped the table, because she jumped across the table, he flipped it. I was on the other side, so the table was on me the entire time. So he picked it up. Yeah, because nothing happened. I got pinned by the table.
That was a very safe place to be. Just nope.
Yep. I'm just gonna be here. Oh, and I'm gonna help Hal set his stuff back up and whatnot, and just thank him for the information. And if there's some, hey, Hal, I want to thank you for the information you gave me, and my apologies for my cohort here. But if there's anything that you need, or just let me know, and I will try my best to get it for you as a thank you. And I'm not sorry. Yeah.
Gives you a nod. Fairies are strange creatures. I still have much to learn, it seems.
Yeah, same here. Same here. But Lausa, you said?
Lausa, yeah.
All right, Lausa's her name. All right, I'm gonna head on out. Have a great day, and please don't kill my friend.
And Roux, you burst in to see, like I was describing, but also Finn helping right the table. Your audio didn't come through.
What did you do?
Well, nothing. I didn't do anything. Let's go. I'm just gonna grab Roux and put him on my shoulders. Let's go. Nope, I'll tell you on the way. We're gonna go now.
Oh, okay.
And didn't explain to him what happened. So, yeah, that mommy went apeshit on the nice robot's bird, the foxbat. So, yep.
And Mommy, your leg is cooked nice and rare, as best to bring out the thistlefolk flavor. So as the four of you return towards the tavern, munching happily, you rejoin Otto at the Clover Tavern. The Clover Tavern is quite a sight to behold. 6 curving stories climbing the trunk of an ancient tree. This tavern is the heart of Hush, the heart of its community. Always crowded, always playing good music and a place to find good-natured and sometimes helpful conversation. Newcomers to the bar must take their shoes off and hang them over a line that stretches across the bar's ground floor. And inevitably, as you all who have shoes are able to see when you walk in, there are a few pairs already hanging there, and a few of them are gleaming as though freshly shined and are stuffed with small treats and trinkets. As you enter the first floor of this tavern, what would you like to do? Hit me, Otto.
The package that we've been traveling with, is it big enough for Otto to carry?
Yeah.
Or is it too big?
No, you can carry it.
Okay. I would imagine he's got it straight above his head, just waddling back and forth. And then when he gets to the shoes above the Clover Tavern, he would set it down and look up at the shoes and like wave his hand over each one and do a little prestidigitation to clean them up a little bit more. And while he does it, it's just a subtle little la 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 la. And then he'll pick the package back up over his head and follow everyone and waddle back in.
And as you do this, because that's inside, it's over the first floor bar, the bartender here, a mid-60s halfling woman, sees you doing this, has a bit of, apparently a raised platform to work behind the bar so that she's still able to see everything. And as you do this,
See, someone gets the spirit of the bar. Thank you. Welcome in. You clearly do not need to take your shoes off, my friend. The rest of you, if this is your first time, up they go.
Finn's
Mommy's-
gonna lift his foot.
Mommy will just look down at her bare, very muddy feet, and she's gonna kind of wipe them a little bit on the hardwood floor and take a couple steps forward.
all right. We're inside the tavern. There's lively activity in here. People of Hush are drinking, eating, smoking from long-stemmed, curved pipes, enjoying this beautiful late summer eve. What are you all up to, and what are you doing in here?
We should ask the bartender where Louisa? Lousa?
Lousa.
We should find Lousa.
Hey, barkeep. Oh, sorry. What's your name? I don't want to keep calling you barkeep.
You know what? Barkeep actually works great.
Fair enough. Hey, we're looking for someone by the name of Lousa.
Oh, yes. She should be upstairs restocking the ale.
Oh, okay.
Short, stocky, big beard, can't miss her.
Alright, cool. Y'all want anything to drink?
I do not drink.
Yes. Round.
There we go. How much for a round?
What type of drink would you like?
Rum?
Drinks are provided as a courtesy to first-time guests. First round is on the house. It's good customer service. So, basic level drinks, ale, wine, mead, rum, you can certainly acquire.
Do you have any oil?
Yeah. Did you say oil?
Yes, yeah. Did you just say oil?
Yeah.
Do you mean like for cooking?
Otto, what did Clanks drink or eat?
I have had a change of heart. I will have a ale.
Slides one across to you with a dubious little smile on her face.
He's gonna grab it with the package still above his head, and he's kind of tilted so it bounces on his head, and he's gonna pick it up and he's going to turn around, and he's going to try and subtly give it to Mommy.
Mommy will take it, and just obviously, like, just take it, put it right on the bar table, and just look down. Like, she's shorter probably than where the halfling is standing, but she's gonna look down her nose at the halfling, and she's gonna be like, "Barkeep, do you have anything of the moonshine variety? This is basically water," and she's just gonna push the ale back towards.
Looking for something a little bit stronger, then?
I'll take that ale. Takes it.
She likes the white lightning.
I've got a little something here that might put some hair on your chest.
And hops down, and about 15 or 20 seconds later hops back up with a small glass about yay big that has a greenish liquid in it.
Well, Sablewood's version of moonshine. Careful. Doesn't hit quite the same way as ale and rum.
She will not think for a second. She'll just take it and take the shot immediately and just slam it down upside down and start walking away.
Wonderful. So, the drink that is handed to you, Mommy, is pungent smelling. Smells very herbal. To put it in, it smells of star anise and
Oh no.
pine almost. It's got a very woodsy smell to it. The barkeep does also pass over a small little ewer, about yay big, to pour some water in if you want to weaken it a little.
I do recommend it for what it's worth. The water really does help to expand the natural flavors and oils that go into the brewing and distilling Oh, right, taking it straight to the dome.
And she's just gonna, like, the second she downs it, puts the shot glass down, she's gonna turn around so nobody can see her reaction.
Could you please just give me a straight 2d12 roll?
Okie dokie. That is a 9 with hope.
9 with hope, so that is how the alcohol actually impacts you. But in order to hide your reaction, make me a second check, this one a presence check. So 9 with hope.
That is a 17 with fear.
So you a 9. It is immediately impacting you. It feels much closer to a high than to a drunk, as the warmth, if this were an animated show, you would go fuzzy from your toes all the way up to your head. But with a 17, you manage to hide it pretty well. The complication aspect is you do feel a little bit of regurgitation burn right in the back of the throat as you turn to swallow it back down.
Whew. It's really, really easy. Do better next time. And she's just gonna kind of like fan her face a little bit and just start kind of take a few steps away from the barkeep. She didn't even turn around to talk to her. She just kind of like said that. She's gonna walk a couple steps away and try to like catch her breath.
Shara, the barkeep, looks at those of you who are still around and says,
"Oh, you might want to keep an eye on her. It's a slow hit."
We usually have to. Let's be
She's already
real.
4 fights in the town already.
Oh, wonderful. Well, maybe this will chill her out a little bit. It's hard to be too aggressive when you can't see the floor.
She'll still swing, though. It won't matter.
Well, if there's anything else you need, rum, yes, beer.
and hands out drinks. You all get what you need. And after everyone has gotten their drinks, do you all head up to the second floor? Well, then I have a question for you.
Yeah.
The second floor here, just a reminder, this is not really an indoor building. These are tiers that are built on the outside of a tree. It does have roofs, it does have coverings, but the second level is very different from the first level. The first level in many ways was similar to your standard tavern, albeit out, exposed to the elements. Wood panels, wood flooring, warm conversation, warm environment, long bar. The second story, though, is entirely different. How?
It is all closed off with like vine curtains from the trees in private, secluded rooms.
I love that. To someone who didn't answer that question, what is a smell that permeates this area?
It smells really sweet. Like there is a pheromone or a very sweet, pleasing aroma. And each room where there's a different vine curtain, it has a different scent to it.
And it's only as you start to push your way through here looking for Lausa that you realize why that is. These vine curtains are all in various states of bloom. And as the wind blows, causing these vine curtains to shift like skirts in the wind, the pollen from each of these different species of vines hits your nostrils. Sometimes it smells like fresh pine. Other times it smells like wet leaves. And so my last question, as you push your way through several of these smaller rooms, quote unquote, someone who didn't answer those two questions, what unique custom do the locals seem to participate in frequently in here? I mean, I asked the question, so I did open myself up for you. The three of you, all five of you are snickering like fucking children.
Listen, it kind of went a domino effect of, hey, curtain room, it smells like pheromones. It's really
You
sweet
do not
here.
want me to answer this question.
You don't know what I want.
Tea. They're drinking tea.
Oh, that's totally the direction I imagined. Yes, they have
Tea.
a very involved tea ceremony. And it seems that a lot of the individuals up here are engaging in that either on their own or with a group, just engaging in this drawn-out ceremony, pouring of the tea, the water overflowing.
It's the sexuality.
It is a sensual ritual. There is something intimate about it, about the sound of the tea being poured, of the scraping of the clay against clay. It is a sensual experience. Mommy?
They're also just telling.
This when Momi sees this intimacy, these individuals sharing their tea, she's gonna turn towards Mengah, and then her face will just go beet red again, and she's just gonna stare straight ahead, just trying to like keep her steps even. But at this point, her eyes just keep wandering because she's getting to that nice distracted high, like I like to call it ADHD high, where you're just like, ooh, look over there, and she's just gonna kind of drift towards one of the tea stations, hopefully with very few individuals at it. She's just gonna keep looking back towards Mengah as she makes her way towards the tea station.
Sneaks up behind you. You want some tea?
I was hoping you'd share some with me. And she'll go beet red just saying that and just plop down on one of the benches at the tea station.
Pushing her way through one of the vine curtains, carrying a barrel on her shoulder with a relatively thick blonde beard, a older looking dwarf woman pushes her way. She's well muscled, is dressed in keeping with the general vibe of Hush as she pushes her way through the curtain. Anyone need any?
I'll tap that shit all day.
Just kind of from where she is, pulls out of a holster a little glass and taps it, passes it over to you, and does as many for whomever needs it.
Can I try and sneak up like next to her with also a package above his head, but just way bigger?
Absolutely. So that would
And like
be
leans down.
That would be a finesse roll.
13 with fear.
With fear. So yes, you actually let me make a check. Nat 20. So you do manage to sneak up most of the way, but as you are just about 3 feet behind this dwarf, Mengah, not knowing that you were sneaking, just sees you coming and just gives a little, "Hi, Otto." Oh.
Hello, Mengah. Oh, hi.
You're very tall. Has anyone ever told? I'm sure you actually get told that all the time. Probably annoying to hear.
Usually about 2.4 times a day.
Oh, you've got it down to an average. That's a thing.
Are you Lausa?
Yes. You don't drink this, do you?
I do not, but my friends do. Can we speak with you? And he's gonna try and like shuffle her towards our friends.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Walks over to where you all are, but keeps the barrel of ale on her shoulder. What can I do for you?
I mean, did she walk towards us at the tea station or to everyone else in the hallway? Like, who all followed me to the tea station? Was it just Mengah?
I'm going to assume, unless told otherwise, the group sticks mostly together. Especially since they aren't walls that are like hard. They're amorphous.
Then,
Otto would like shuffle everybody eventually together and like hurt them.
I think Momi will, the second more people start entering the tea room, she's just gonna be holding like the teacup and the teapot, just like almost ready to pour it, and then just glare at everyone that comes in and just put it back down on the tea and just kind of cross her arms looking at you guys.
Oh, I know that look. Could you ask me whatever it is that you want to ask me so I can get out of here as soon as dwarfly possible?
We were supposed to bring you a box. Is that what are we supposed to deliver to her?
What are you a delivery for me?
No.
Oh, I haven't gotten anything in a long time. What is it?
No. Sorry, I got hit into a tree earlier today. We're supposed to reach out to you about the Whitefire.
Oh, you're bringing a package to the Arcanist.
Yeah.
Well, she's quite busy usually, but where are you bringing it from? And from whom, if you don't mind my asking?
Really, we do mind your asking. Sorry, we were told to keep it private.
Well, then I'm sure the Arcanist will be able to see you whenever she makes an appearance in town. I can't exactly, tell you where to find her if I don't know why. So, if anyone needs any more beer, I've got it. Otherwise...
But we said why, and points at we have shit for the Arcanist. We don't want this shit. Where does the Arcanist hang out? So we can unload this shit and do other shit.
You're not from round here, are you?
No.
Absolutely not.
Well, judging by your accents and your manners, I'm guessing you all travelled quite far. The Arcanist tends to be fairly hospitable to those who are weary, so, sure. Her house is to the south. You have to cut through the farmland to the south outside of Hush. Her house is hanging from one of the old Sablewood trees. Can't miss it. If you do go, please, and looks at you, Mommy, Please be more polite to her than you are to me. She keeps this whole place under a powerful ward. We would have been lost without her, and I would hate for some glorified delivery people to ruin our protection.
I'm so sorry about my language. I'm literally a fungus, but I heard that I grow on you, so maybe with time...
Boo! And she leaves. As the boo follows her out of the room.
Mommy is gonna sit there, like, just kind of like clapping for Mengah, before just glaring at the dwarven woman as she leaves. Just clap a little bit, cross her arms, and just continue to glare at the dwarven woman.
Otto?
Now that we know where we will go south of the farmland, do you two want to finish your tea alone?
I don't know why, but sure.
Okay, boys, we should go outside. And I'm gonna take the frog and the monkey, and we're gonna shuffle outside and leave the other two. We will be just outside.
I can walk myself.
Here we go.
At that point, Roux is just starting to swing from the vines, going back down with like the little, like it's almost like a shot glass in Roux's mouth.
In incredible swashbuckler fashion, actually, you find one of the ones closer to the edge of this level, and it's a longer vine. And so while still downing your drink, you slide down this vine like a rope, like rigging on your ship, and you just, in a little circle, until you land on the first floor, receiving a rowdy "Hey!" from a number of people down here, and a few others wanting to buy you drinks, including a fellow Simia who sees you. That was really good. Hey, what you drinking? I'll get you one.
He's gonna tip the hat back a little bit, and he's like in his element now with his people and all. He's gonna kind of like walk a little prouder, which is still very small, but is just gonna be, just start talking to people and talking them up and things like that, because we got time to kill apparently.
So, if it's okay with all of you, because this is a one-shot, and because we're wanting to get through the story in one shot, while I would love to spend 15 minutes knowing exactly what happens with Momi and Mengah's tea session, we'll have to deal with it through implication as the camera fades. And we fade back to all of you now leaving Hush to head towards the location that was described to you for the Arcanist's abode. For the record, I would normally never do that, but we have one shot, and I gotta get it done in one. You once again attach your steeds to the cart and begin to head out of town towards the south. Making your way past the homes of the village, and then through the farmlands of Hush, you see a variety of crops that have begun to cultivate a thin layer of glowing blue moss over the top of their fruits and vegetables.
Cousin.
As you ride by, and it's the gloaming at the moment. And so you're able to see as this soft blue moss pulses faintly like a heartbeat as you pass. Among the thriving groves, you notice that the Sablewood trees in this area have hundreds of unique faces carved into all sides of the trees, the eyes peering in every direction. Momi, you give a little wave to them as their cold, lifeless eyes occasionally seem to fall on you, but that has to be coincidence. One tree, taller than the rest, just as Lausa said, bears a home that you wouldn't be able to miss. It hangs from the tree like an overripe fruit, suspended from a braid of rope as wide as a giant's forearm and tied to a massive branch at the top, and counterweighted by a cabin-sized boulder lying at the base of this enormous tree. The stone is marked with a collection of symbols that have been dusted, carved, and engraved into the boulder. The windows of the cabin, hanging up above the ground, flash with a soft yellow-green light. As you pull your carriage to a stop, what would you like to do? Otto.
Was there any short rest downtime in the previous bit? Just trying to wrap my head around how that works.
I would say that you would have enough time to have taken a short rest. So, great point, great question, and let's talk about really quick how short rests work, because that is very important to know. So let's pull this up, because when you short rest, you can choose to do one of two, or you can choose to do two things among a list. So, for those of you following along in the playtest rulebook, it's on page 105. When taking a short rest, about an hour break, you can swap any domain cards in your loadout for any other in your vault. You can swap out your domain cards in your loadout for any that are in your vault. Also,
I don't have a vault yet. Right?
I don't. Let me double check on that. Where is the domain cards? Find that here.
Unfortunately, we don't have any vault ones because we're level 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we can vault any yet.
Let's see. One card if they share a domain. Yes, that's right. So it's players above level 5 is when you create a vault, because you can only have 5 active domain cards at a time. It's not which ones you know, it's which you have prepared. So ignore that one for right now. But what you can still do is a few things. You can do 2 of the following. You can tend to your wounds and heal 1d4 hit points, which is a minimum of 1. You can clear stress and clear 1d4 stress. You can repair armor and repair restore 1d4 armor slots. Or you can do a move which is just generally called prepare. And using prepare, you gain a hope point. So, you all had a short rest. What would you... What's up?
It says here, if you choose to prepare with one or more members of your party, you gain 2 hope?
You each gain 2 hope, yeah. If you both use one of your 2 moves to prepare together and you describe how you do it, then yeah, you would each gain 2 hope. Good note. So, Finn, would you like to do any of the 4 during your downtime, and which ones?
Well, my HP's, I got 1 notch on my HP and 1 stress.
You could clear both.
Oh, I can clear both?
By tending to your wounds as 1, which heals 1d4 hit points, so that's 1 at minimum. Okay. You could also blow off some steam, pull yourself together, and clear 1d4 stress.
And what about the armor slots again?
You can only do 2 of these moves, so you have to pick either prepare to gain hope, repair your armor to restore an armor slot, clear stress to clear stress points, or tend to your wounds to clear hit points.
I'll clear my HP.
Okay.
And then I don't use hope to gain the hope, right?
No, you would just use one of your 2 moves during short rest to prepare.
Then I'm going to do that with Roux, and give us extra hope.
That's if Roux also wants to use one of your moves to prepare. Cool. In that case, first, Finn, could you describe how you clear your stress?
My HP.
Oh, okay. So then you're just patching up your wounds.
But I'll tell you how I
cool.
do that
Hit
too.
me.
Because we're in the mucky stuff. So I'm a tree frog, so I'm just gonna grab some of the mud that's on the ground and kind of just put it. No, I got hit in the chest. So all I'm gonna do is I'm a frog. So I'm just going to plop the dirt in my mouth and swallow it and heal it. And then if there's any bugs by, use my tongue to grab them and eat them.
Oh, I love it. That is perfect and super flavorful.
We're doing gross video game knowledge. BioShock Infinite, eat this dirty sandwich. Get health back.
Well, in that case, how do the two of you, Roux and Finn, how do you prepare together?
So I'm gonna pull a little Chrono Trigger kind of piece with this a little bit, where like, Roux's gonna kind of stretch out and get ready and things like that, but he's going to be ready to basically. There's a move that they do together where Finn jumps on their back and kind of cocks back their feet, and Roux gets into a little ball, and Finn uses the feet to throw Roux at something. So they're just kind of getting ready, just practicing that a little bit, you know, kind of doing a little twirl in there and stuff like that, just getting ready just in case.
Got it. Love that. So that is Finn's two moves and one of Roux's. Roux, what would you like to do for your second move, if anything?
Roux's good with just
Roux's
that.
good. Otto.
So we take 2 hope for that?
Yes, you each get 2. Remember, you can have up to 6.
Cool.
Otto?
Otto is going to clear 1 stress. And he does that by sitting next to the package, obviously, always within his sight. Boop, boop. His head is going to open up, and Otis is going to crawl out and scurry around all over. And he's basically going to play with Otis. I mean, it's like playing with a cat or a puppy. That'll clear some stress.
It's true. Super true.
And wherever he runs along his body, little icy footsteps trail him.
Love it.
On his metal exterior, and his eyes get a little, well, once he's out, his eyes are vacant, but he lets out little giggles and wiggles a little bit. So that's the stress. And then he was going to prepare with another person, but then he looks over at Momi and Mengah and just kind of goes back and forth, and then he looks back to himself and just kind of polishes his armor a little bit, takes his shield off, makes sure it's all good. The etchings behind the shield where his spells are, he can read, and he's got Otis back in his head and his eyes are glowing. So he's just going to kind of prepare by himself.
All right.
All right.
So take a hope point. Momi?
So I'm going to assume that the tea party with Mengah would have definitely helped clear her stress.
That seems like a legit use of that.
And she's also pretty high now, so everything is really bright. The colors are all super vibrant, and her eyes are just super wide the whole time as she's just staring at Mengah the entire time. And she'll just always fill up Mengah's cup first and push the little teacup across the table before taking a deep sip of her own. And if Mengah wants to, she will prepare with her as well.
Definitely going to prepare with you, and I think that'll be like by pushing my cup down and then taking the teapot and pouring your tea, and then you go to do something, me putting your hands in your lap, I'll braid your hair for you, or like hum just kind of mellow out, and then I also want to get rid of that HP.
Okay. So you also
By
use
positive
prepare,
self-talk.
and you heal up 10 to your wounds. So I believe that's everyone. That is your short rest. And we are now back where we were, standing outside of the suspended home of the Arcanist.
Shit.
Do
You got this
you want me
stuff?
to fly up there and knock on the door?
I mean, she has wings.
Yeah, I'll do that. She'll just take 2 steps, and then her steps will just get higher up off of the ground, and she's gonna unleash her wings again before looking down at Roux. Did you want to come with me, Roux?
Yeah, do that. Thinking about the scuffle in town earlier, Rue's gonna climb up and just kind of start going up there as you're flying up there.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So mark a stress to fly.
Yep.
And you will certainly get there before Roux. Roux, are you trying to climb up the tree, or are you trying to come up the rope that is tied to the branch and the counterweight boulder?
Let's go up the tree.
Up the tree? Cool. Not even gonna make you make a check for that. You're in your literal natural environment. Momi, you get up there, and like I said, there are windows and doors, so you start knocking, and there is, at first, no sound that you hear, until the door that you knock on is suddenly pulled open. And what you see in front of you is a 7-foot mix between humanoid and firefly. A fairy. The Arcanist and the person that you see, you are immediately taken with the way that she moves, because it's a combination of, at one moment, very slow, languid movements, and then suddenly jerky ones. Her facial expression is very difficult to read. Her voice is not. She is old, even for a fairy, but spry, and eyes you and Roux climbing up the tree mischievously.
Are you the group Amorous sent from the capital? My, you're very late indeed, aren't you? Come in, hurry up.
I think Mommy is going to take a couple deep breaths to try to calm herself a little bit before she blows up, and she's just going to start walking in.
As your toes just gently alight on the floor here, you feel, and Roux and the rest of you see, as the house begins to lower from its suspended position. You're not 100% sure how, because that shouldn't work, with physics and ropes, but it does. As the home drops down, and the Arcanist, this 7-foot woman, stands at the doorway, and as soon as it touches ground,
well, what are you waiting for? Come in.
Roux will take his hat off and just start kind of, just gently walking into the household.
Ethan, is there like a nice rug a few feet away from the door by chance?
As in outside or inside?
Inside. Like
inside? Yeah.
There's like a welcome mat. Is there like, okay, she's going to float over the welcome mat, land on the nicer rug, and she's just going to wipe the mud off of her feet on the rug and start following the Arcanist.
You wipe your feet, and I'm not sure if you notice, but we do. as the Arcanist gives a quick gesture of her finger, and the mud from the rug disappears, as does the remainder on your feet. As you all are able to look in or enter into the room, the treehouse is surprisingly spacious. The main room that you are in is full of potion bottles, spell books, runes, plants that overflow their pots, small creatures of all kinds in and outside of cages. No one could classify this room as messy, in that everything here clearly has a place. You don't know what that place is or how it fits into the machinations of the Arcanist, but she clearly does. And as the last of you enters in here, she sets down a tray with 6 teacups and a teapot and begins to pour down.
So, how did the journey find you all? Took you long enough, I can assume that you had some interesting encounters.
Well, we got into a fight with some ribbit bandits, but that's about it.
Well, yeah, the thistle folk around here are no joke. That is part of the reason that I tend to keep my home where I do.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me, because I'm sorry, like, the way the science would be to make this stay up in the air when it came down like that, I don't know a lot of magic, so I'm sorry.
She walks over to you. How tall are you?
5 feet.
So she towers a good 2 feet over you. And with her right hand, which shows age on it, it's wrinkled, not like a super old apple, but one that's definitely starting to get there. And she just taps your cheek.
Oh, my dear, don't think about it too hard.
Fair enough. Nice home, though.
Oh, thank you. You like it? Do you mind if I ask you all a question? I'm going to do it anyway. Who let you know where to find me? Don't worry, they're not in trouble.
You see, I like to think that it's best to not spill all your information before getting information. So I'm sorry, we're gonna have to keep that to ourselves.
That is a very interesting hypothesis. Does anyone care to offer a different one?
And what's the barkeep?
Oh, look, we're making such splendid progress in getting to know each other. And since we have crossed the threshold of getting to know one another, if I may ask you all one more additional question, call it an old fairy's curiosity. I am out here frequently by myself. We'll start with a simple question. How does each of you imagine you will die?
Fire.
Oh, well, that was quick. You've thought this one over, have you?
Oh, I know it's fire.
Oh.
So all my family dies. It's tradition.
Are your people gifted with the power of premonition, or is this a self-fulfilling, or rather self-emulating prophecy?
We can see things, strange things, when we spore.
I don't know why I found the sentence, when we spore, so disturbing, but I did. Well done. Been a while since I've been creeped out.
It's not happening now.
Oh, good. That certainly puts an old fairy's worries at ease. When we spore,
she repeats to herself as she takes a sip.
What about you, my simian friend? I can see by looking at you that you have had your fair share of close encounters. None of them has taken you yet? What do you think will?
Flint, you today?
Oh, he is a suspicious one. Thinks that I ask him in order to prove him wrong. No, my dear, if I wanted you dead, you would be already. I wouldn't be engaging in this conversation.
That's good. I haven't given it a lot of thought, unlike our fun girl over here.
Returns.
Well, if I may make a suggestion, someone who I imagine has lived longer than you, contemplate it.
There are approximately 5,643 ways we can die today.
Oh, is
I'm
that?
sure one of those will find us eventually.
Oh, only that many. It's a good day.
Did you add on 4 more?
There was the instance at the bar. And Mommy.
Let's see. Now there is a foxbat, a clank, several new ways to die that we hadn't thought of this morning.
What of you, my fairy friend?
I am going to die alone.
Everyone does.
We all die alone. You will die alone.
Oh, absolutely! I will die incredibly alone. But that isn't about how. Do you think you will die in battle? Protecting someone you love? Or will you simply fade away and be forgotten?
You, like all fairies, should know that we never just fade away. We like to go out with a burst, don't we?
Now that is true. If I'm able to go the way that I want to go, it will be quite a show.
What more could we ask for?
Well, not much. Stimulating conversation. Thank you all for that. It's been a while since I've gotten to engage in such things, but I believe that you all were sent here for a different purpose than simply blowing wind with an old woman.
We have a package. Sets it down.
Oh, wonderful. It seems to be in fine shape. Well done, well done. You are a credit to your career path. Now, if you don't mind, I have to inspect it. One moment.
And she does a quick series of gestures towards the roof of the house, and the treehouse unfolds like a flower blossom blooming. The canopy of trees above suddenly becoming visible, the sound of the birds and the creatures outside growing louder as the seclusion of the walls and ceiling literally fall away. She, as she does so, she then, once it has unfolded,
just a moment.
it then begins to re-close. But this time when it does, it feels bigger inside than it was. Taller, wider. The room that you're in expanded to suit her needs. And as she then, with a gesture, pops open the nailed lid of the crate that you have been safeguarding, so inside, secured with straw and hay to dampen any movement, is a massive stone with a lion's face carved into it. Otto, you recognize this, given your current highborn card that you have access to. You recognize this as the keystone of the capital city gate's main archway. The Arcanist nods sagely as soon as she sees it, making very sage-like sounds to herself. Yeah. And then
What do you need with a keystone?
Well, it certainly makes sense to me now. Why the king wanted this package to be delivered discreetly. If anyone knew that the capital city was no longer warded, it would be conquered before sunrise.
with this ominous warning, she begins to unfold her treehouse yet again.
We must travel from here to the open vale in order to reinstate the ward that was imbued on this keystone. However, the process of reinstating such a ward will require a great effort, even for me. And such an effort of magic will attract dangerous creatures that are attuned to such magics from the darkest reaches of the wood. I will need your help. The process of reinstating the ward requires the entirety of my focus. Should such threats make themselves known, I would not be able to deal with them. But fortunately, you are here, and none of you imagined that you would die to magically attuned evil creatures. So you should be fine.
Otto's gonna lean down to whoever's closest and be like, that is death number 3421.
Most of you should be fine.
Feel better, but okay.
And with the gestures that she had been making towards the roof, the magical gestures. Actually, this whole time she's been moving in those languid, slow, deliberate movements I've been describing. But as soon as she realizes what needs to be done, well, let's go! And with great energy and quick movements, has already made her way over to the carriage and has made her way inside and is currently stretching out, resting her old bones a little bit.
Well, which way do we gotta go again?
Oh, just get in. I'll let you know the directions. It's easier if I tell you when they come. It's harder to say, take a right at the 5th tree that has a face that looks like it's scowling. But that is what we're going to do, for the record.
Be the box with us? Do you want the
Yes,
keystone?
someone stronger than me, please bring the box. Yes, that.
Not me.
Goes over and grabs the box, lifts it up above his head. We are going towards destiny.
Thank you, my clank friend.
And as you all once again climb into the carriage and set off, this time with the Whitefire Arcanist along with you, directing you to the open vale, we are going to take our final break of this one-shot and come back for Act 5 out of 5 of this little one-shot. Don't go anywhere, friends. We will be back, and you won't want to miss how this one-shot ends. See you soon.
Ending today.
Oh, yeah, it
Ending
is.
tonight.
Be right back, friends. We are back. So, welcome to the final part of this Daggerheart one-shot. Thank you all so much for being here, for sticking around. We're right about on track where I wanted to be. We're at the 3-hour mark of playing. Not bad. Not bad for a little one-shot. So, the Arcanist sits inside the carriage and doesn't even look out the window, yet is still able to shout directions to the driver.
Turn right here. No, not here.
Manage to generally understand where you're supposed to go. And eventually,
Yeah, Finn, pull off here.
Left or right?
There's only one way left.
All right. Left.
You pull the carriage into... There's a barely noticeable path. And as you follow it, you enter with the carriage into a clearing in the shape of a perfect circle. It's the only area so far during your time in the Sablewood that you've been able to look up to the sky and have a completely unobstructed view. Normally, the canopy of the Sablewood trees blocks it. And you now understand why the Arcanist referred to this as the open veil. It's exactly what it is. As the Arcanist steps out with a quick gesture to grab the crate, she slowly interlaces her fingers as she looks around.
The open veil. Strong ritual magics. This is a perfect place for them. This is where I first forged those ward pillars that I'm sure you saw on your way into and out of Hush. That ritual almost killed me. Well, if there's anything that you need to attend to, I will start the initial preparations. I will let you know before I begin, but ready yourselves.
And then, like a firefly, boom, 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 just starts jumping over here, attending to one thing, flies over here, attends to another.
Momi is going to make sure she's standing right next to Mengah, and just always be looking back over to make sure she's still there, because she's a little bit shorter. So she just look over to make sure Mengah is always there.
Otto, before you and Finn go, because I see your hands, the Arcanist has done a few things, but then she walks over to the carriage and puts her hand on it. And just like her treehouse, it begins to unfold like a flower blossom and lay itself flat on the ground.
This will be a good base for the process. If you wouldn't mind opening the crate and setting the stone there in the middle.
And then, Otto, you had your hand up?
He'll set the stone in the middle after just ripping the crate apart. He'll set it down and give it a little pat, tilt perfectly in the middle, prestidigitation. And then he'll walk back over to Momi and Mengah. With the imminent threat of hostilities, perhaps a little bit extra for you two. Can I have your hands?
Mengah grabs the hand of Momi and then puts those two hands there.
And he's going to put his big metal hands and clasp over both of them. And I'm going to use 2 hope and give both of you Tava's armor. So the ice goes down his arms and then transfers to you, and you've got a little bit of just icy mist about you both. So you can do a, let's see what you get. Let's see, do you both get the same?
There are 2 different actions, so I would roll for each one of them.
So Mengah gets 2 additional
armor on your next armor use.
Yep. And then Momi gets 1.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
1 might make the difference.
Hey man, one helps a lot.
1 helps a lot.
After the ice trails up each of our arms, Mommy's gonna follow the ice onto Mengah's cheek, and she's gonna gently cup her cheek for just a second, and then she'll just place her hand back and look up at Otto. Thank you for protecting her. She'll just kind of bow ever so slightly before looking back over to Mengah.
And Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna do a, of course, pat on both of you, and then as he turns to go, he'll look back, and he'll give a little wink to Mommy, and then keep going.
As you three have been doing this, the Arcanist has stepped over the crate and the stone. She has spread wide her firefly-like wings, and as she stands, she lets go of the staff that she brought along with her. I see you, Finn. I'll be to you in just one sec. Lets go of the staff that's in front of her, which begins to rotate around her. She interlaces her fingers and just begins to hum. And as she does, her body starts to glow brighter and brighter, flickering occasionally in the night.
This will take some time. I must get the keystone to answer me. In the meantime, I suggest the 5 of you enjoy a beautiful evening. We'll have our hands full soon.
Finn.
While this is going on, I'm going to do a fun little feature that my class can do. I am a Seaborn Ribbit Warrior. I took the Warrior class. But my subclass is called the Brave. I can do this really, really cool feature. Once per long rest before you attempt something incredibly dangerous or face off against a foe who clearly outmatches you, describe what ritual you perform or preparation you make to clear 2 stress and gain 2 hope. So, with that being said, that stress point that I had is gone, and my hope meter is full now.
How do you do that?
So, he takes out his sword and takes out the whetstone that he has and starts sharpening it. And with each time he strokes the blade, he says this mantra that the captain tells all of his crewmates to sing. And it's a sea shanty of strength, hope, to no matter what the storm is, we weather it, no matter how big the waves are, no matter how deep the ocean is, we pursue and we prevail and we keep going.
So, the way I envision this, and feel free to correct me if I narrate this wrong, but I feel like the scrape of the whetstone punctuates each phrase. No matter the storm, we push through. Shh. No matter the odds, we stay strong. Shh. And you repeat this mantra to yourself over and over and over again, and it clears your head and focuses you like a litany might. And you are able to clear 2 stress and gain 2 hope. Well done. Good use of that class feature. Anyone else doing anything right now? If not... Oh, Mallo, I saw you starting to say something.
No, Roux's just going to take out the daggers and just kind of start twirling them a little bit and just getting ready. You know, he's been told to prepare. And as Finn is singing the she shanty and stuff like that with it and all, he's just going to kind of vibe his head a little bit in turn with it, but he's just getting ready.
All right. Time passes slowly, as it does when you're anticipating something. Eventually, without warning, you hear,
Ah! The keystone! It has finally responded. Quickly, surround me! The ritual must begin or I will lose the connection, lose the pathway. Hurry!
Her body begins glowing brighter and brighter still. Her eyes roll backwards into her head, and the entire carriage, unfolded, lifts a foot off the ground, her standing just next to it. And at that moment, as it lifts, an unearthly cry echoes from the woods nearby. Something alerted by the arcane energy. As the 5 of you surround the Arcanist, we're going to jump over really quick to roll 20 so that we can place you all where you need to be. This here is the Arcanist.
All right.
Place yourselves where you place yourselves. Let me
I will say this.
make the map visible for everyone watching on stream.
Wherever Finn heard like the biggest noise where it's coming from, he will be pointed that direction.
Got it. Make me a, let's say a instinct check to see.
Okay.
The reason I'm going to have you make this is it kind of sounds like it's coming from all around you, but maybe you might be able to discern one. But everyone, please place your tokens in the meantime. Yes, 2d12 still.
Momi is gonna stand right next to Mengah, holding Mengah's hand and just look all around as the sound seems to be coming from all around. She's gonna start peering around kind of frantically.
All right. 22. That's with the +1 on instinct.
Okay.
Hope.
Hope, wonderful. So the first thing I'm going to do is adjust some of your positionings on the map so you're not standing on top of the cart, because that would not be possible. So I will put you right next to each other, as you said. Finn, with a 22, which is quite a good roll, and you rolled with hope, you are the first who feels and understands your situation. At least not all of the things making that loud sound are coming from the trees. Some of them are right underneath you. The ground begins to rumble as 4 ancient skeletons pull themselves forth from the loose earth here, disturbed by the forces of magic being used by the Arcanist. You are also the first to spot, in the distance, coming from the west and coming from the north, 2 forest wraiths, almost easy to see through, and almost easy to miss as a result, float ominously through one of the trees and straight towards you all. I'm going to go ahead and place these enemies, and then, before we get rocking and rolling, I am also going to start a countdown timer. The countdown timer will, when it hits 1, the ritual is completed. There are things that will decrease the count, and there are things that will increase the count. But, right now, we're in combat, babies. So, I will throw this over to Finn, since Finn made that check and noticed things first. Just so you all can see, we have skeleton, skeleton. I have to hold longer. Skeleton. Skeleton. And up at the north, we have 1 wraith. And over at the east, we have another. Finn, I will give you first opportunity to go.
Cool. Finn, when noticing this, calls it out to everybody. Wraith on the north. Wraith on the east. 4 skellies around us. Main goal, people. No one gets inside our circle. Understand that. No one gets inside our circle. And he is going to swing with the sword at this beautiful boy here. And we're going to
Could you
attack.
ping that one more time? Just so that, the one right next to you, I assume?
No, to my my left.
This one?
Yeah.
All right. You are able to move up to it and make your attack.
All right, bet. Let's rolly.
I will go ahead and move one of your tokens onto the action tracker for you.
Thank you. All right, we got fucking love this. Hell yeah. Okay. Maxed.
Maxed
Max
as in
on-
24?
No, hold on. Max as in max on the hope die, 12. And then 10 for a fear die, plus 1. Or no, plus my 3. So yeah.
You're doing that math. I have it in my head, but I need you to add it for me, just as principle.
I got it. All right, 12, let's say 12 and 10. All right, that's 22. Plus 3 is 25.
So 25 with hope. That is enormous. So you still have full hope, so that extra hope is wasted, but you do hit. So go ahead and roll damage.
Right, and that is a 1 on my... Nope, re-roll that bitch. And 7 plus 1, 8.
8. Okay. Which is exactly its major threshold. So you deal 2 points of damage to this one. Could you describe this attack as this skeleton falls to pieces from your strike?
So Finn will charge at it and kind of whirlwind a little, not fully whirlwind, not because it's a move, but whirlwind into it, and whirlwind into it, and then strike it, kind of like making a F. No, I got it better. He's just gonna whirlwind into it and cut behind it, and then just not move, and it just shatters.
Just in that classic anime 2-second delay where you swipe and it's standing there before it just, the spine part of it just erupts into bone dust and the rest collapses, ribs and skull scattering along the ground until the lower jaw just comes to rest right at your foot.
No one gets inside our circle. I'm gonna come right back.
You can only move one time,
right.
just that is a Daggerheart specific thing. You can either move
Got
before or after your action,
Okay.
your thing. You can't do it both, just so you know. I didn't announce
Got
that, so that's just in the future. So,
That's it for me.
Otto.
Otto is, his head spins around completely 360, and his eyes turn like a pinkish hue as he goes into combat mode, and he's going to run up next to this one with his big belly chest tower shield out, and he's going to use his power push, which is a spellcast roll against a target in melee range. On a success, they are blasted back to far range and take 10 or D10 magic damage.
Hell yeah. So a spellcast roll is done the same as another action roll. So you run up, get in melee range with this, and let's make that roll.
That is a 14 with hope.
14 will hit.
As his arms kind of cock back into itself, and then there's like a little bit of steam that kind of goes as it and just sends him flying back.
Roll me that damage.
Far range, and it was a D10.
That's so cool.
3 magic damage.
3 magic damage, so that is a minor wound, but what we see is you blast this one backwards and it lifts off of its skeletal feet, crashing through the trees until it impacts into one of the large trunks and is still up. I am going to spend a fear to interrupt your turns and go. My turn. I'm also going to spend another fear to put 2 more tokens onto the board. I'm just picking these from Mallo so that I can move them back down. Oh, you need more tokens. So now I have 4 to spend. Okay. This one is going to run right back at you as it stands up and sprints forward towards you. Is going to use its action, gonna mark that off, to try to attack you with a rusty sword. Oh, 7.
Hits.
It hits? I forgot how low the AC starts off. Wonderful. That is going to be 3d6 damage. Oh, by the way, you all have already marked the countdown from 8 to 7. That is 12 physical damage to you.
Otto will see the skeleton coming, and he'll plant his shield into the ground and kind of duck behind it and use 2 armor slots to take no damage.
Woo! Yeah. Hell yeah. No damage from that as you just sink it in, and you feel as the skeleton impacts into your shield, the rusty sword trying to come around and get at you from behind this tower shield. The other side, its skeletal hand trying to reach and grab something isn't able to find any purchase. Still my go. Yeah, we're going to get these wraiths in the fight.
Good.
Yeah, this one's also coming at you, Otto. It has to. Doesn't have a choice. There's no other target. Oh, wait.
I'm a tank wizard, let it happen.
Close target. Sure. I'm going to make an attack roll against you, using its ability that is going to require me to spend a fear. I'm blowing through these right now. Spending a fear to use its ability called Memory Delve. It has to first try to hit you. 22.
You're looking for a 5, man.
Yeah, 22. I need you, Otto. What is a terrifying moment from your past?
It would be through his eyes, so it's perfectly just figure 8 sideways. It's just a flash of flames and evil creatures, whatever that might be, overrunning his caravan, and Momi being next to him and seeing the cart that his creator was trying to hold out in be completely overrun and having to turn away and leave that behind.
As this memory resurfaces and you live it out in a fraction of a second, all of it again, you take 5 magic damage from this, and you are vulnerable until your next rest. Vulnerable means all attacks against you have advantage.
So, can I use armor slots for magic damage?
Let me double check. I think the only relevance of the damage type is for resistances and vulnerabilities. Let me check here really quick. It doesn't distinguish in the rules between magic and non-magic damage when it comes to armor.
Okay. Well, thematically, he's going to take, was it 5?
Yep.
And that is his major, so he's going to take 2 HP marks.
Okay.
And the only thing that flashes over his eyes as it
Quick
hits,
question.
Yes.
Are you choosing not to spend an armor slot because 1, you think it's strategically smart, or 2, because you think it's thematic?
Thematic.
I love that, but because we're trying to play test, I would love you to do what is strategic. I hear you, and I respect you, and I appreciate you, but we're trying to test this system.
We gotta break it first.
Yeah,
We can do cool shit.
we gotta.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I don't know if you died because it was hard or because you chose to.
That's fair. All right, so he will, with this like image coming through his eyes, his eyelids will kind of shutter door, poof, and block out any bad energy. And he will use an army slot of 9 to reduce that damage to 0.
Okay, you are still vulnerable, however.
Sounds good.
All right. Let me check a particular rule really quick.
And in the flashback, the cart that was being overrun on the side of it read the words. Gotta find where it was. I think it was the Magnificent Mephisto.
Oh, thank you. All right. So you take no damage. You are still vulnerable to future attacks, however. I have... That was a second action. I need to take that off. I have 2 more actions I can use. So... this one right here is going to make an attack at Roux. So this is one of the skeletons trying to stab at you with a rusty sword. A 16 to hit.
Just hits.
Whew, that's a heck of a evasion difference there between you two. For 13 damage, physical.
Da 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 da. Trying to find. All right, that's major. So that's about 2 hit points. So let's spin an armor slot.
1 armor slot takes it down to 11. You would have to spend a few. You can.
Yeah, we might as well.
Think you have to spend 4 if my math is correct?
Yeah, I think your math is correct to that. Yeah. Let's do the strategic thing. Let's break some stuff.
Okay. You do that. And, yeah, Roland Wolf, just to acknowledge something in the chat, just made a very good point to you, Aaron, not Otto, but to make the armor thing work in your head thematically, it doesn't have to be physical armor. It can be a magical type of armor that is being represented. Like Roland said, it's abstract. So, yeah, as of right now, as far as I know, armor slots can be used for magic. So how many armor slots were you doing, Roux? 4?
Yeah, for that one.
All right, taking it down to a minor wound, so you only take 1 hit point worth of damage there.
Yep.
Last action that I have available to me. The range on this one is 20. This wraith floats ever so slightly closer. And this faintly green, sickening energy begins to form in its hand, and then both quickly and somehow also slowly, like a viscous fluid through the air, makes its way to the Arcanist. Is going to try to attack the Arcanist. With a 12, that will hit the Arcanist, dealing max damage for 14.
Damn!
She almost doubles over. Her wings fold a little bit as the greenish necrotic energy seeps through her, but she doesn't let up her. That hit to the Arcanist, however, will tick the counter back up by 1, as it made her have to refocus her energies. That is the last of my available action trackers, or tokens. Tossing it back over to you all. I saw Mommy's hand first, then Roux. I believe you're muted, Mommy. I don't know if that's intentional.
I couldn't find where the mic button was.
This is also the most I've ever said Mommy on stream. So far. So far.
Yeah.
Mommy.
Yeah. So for the team action, you are giving basically advantage to another player, right?
So, do you mean a tag team ability?
Yeah, a tag team.
More than just advantage. So you
Okay.
all have advantage, yes, in a way. It's a little different than advantage, but think of it that way. But you also, if you hit, get to roll your damage together. And not just take the best, combine it.
So, this might be a little abstract use of it.
Let's see.
But as this chaos ensues, and these creatures start popping up out of nowhere, Mammy is going to look down to Mengah and just lean down to be at the same height as her. And as Mammy is looking at Mengah, they share a few words before Mengah kisses her and fades into the shadow. And I will toss the baton to you, Lauren, for whatever attack you choose to do.
So I was wanting to ideally port in over or run over to, I'll move my action tracker here in a second, to right over here where Otto, the Wraith, and this other swordy boy is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I want to, this is a magic thing, right? I want to do Rain of Blades. So
Okay.
you spend 2 hope to conjure throwing blades that strike any enemies very close to you. Make a spellcast roll, and all targets that you succeed against take D8 magic damage using your proficiency. If they're vulnerable, they take an additional D8.
Love that. The only thing I would like to know is after you start to do that, Momi, how do you intend to add your damage to the fray as well, aside from just the kiss?
Think, if... I don't know what you said.
How do you add your damage to this fray?
I think she will follow Mengah's action with, like, as Mengah disappears in the shadows, or as she runs, she's going to pull the wand out, follow directly the path, and she's just going to attempt to add her magic, not using the wand itself, using her actual, like, sorcerer magic and internal magic to try to up the ability of Mengah's.
Okay. So, here's
Recharging
how...
the battery?
Yeah.
Here's how we're going to do this. Could both of you please roll me your duality dice? This is our first tag team, so we have to work through this a little bit. First of all, Momi, because you were initiating it, it will take 3 hope points of yours to initiate. Okay. What?
And we don't get any bonuses?
Well-
Wait, we do, right?
You will get bonuses, yes.
Okay.
But you choose whose roll applies for both of your results.
13
I got
hope.
a 20 on hope.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I only got a 13 hope, so.
So both of you take the 20 hope result. And which of the 2 targets here, Momi, are you wanting to focus or attack? Because you're doing a standard attack, right?
Yeah, I do understand.
Okay.
But I would focus on the Wraith.
The Wraith. Wonderful. Okay. Then 20 is definitely going to do it. So why don't you both go ahead and roll me your damage.
Okay. I got 5 plus 1 on mine.
Okay.
Or, sorry, 5 total. So it's 4 plus 1.
Okay, 5 total.
7.
7 total for you. It's a +1 to that, Mengah, because you're using your proficiency, just so you know. So it's actually 8. So it was 5 and 8. So together, that is... Well, I have to do some math here. 5, 8, so 13, and you were doing... They were both magical damage, right?
I did a D8 of magical
Yep,
damage
they are.
at
It is.
7.
That is great news. Okay, so first of all, the 13 damage to the you said, Momi, that you were focusing your attack on the Wraith? Okay, that's strategically beautiful because the 8 damage is exactly the threshold for the skeleton's major wound, dealing 2 out of 2 wounds to it and shredding it apart. Meanwhile, a total of 13 magic damage to the Wraith. The Wraith, while it has physical damage resistance, does not have magical damage resistance. And 13 takes it into the major, also dealing 2 wounds, 2 hit points to this Forest Wraith. It is still up, however, as the rain of blades combined with the arcing of the shots from the magic wand shred the skeleton to pieces, and because the magical energy from both the knives and from the wand just create as if a airwaves boom through a cloud of smoke, just creating these temporary holes in the Wraith that slowly reform as it turns its attention from Otto slowly over to you, Mengah. All right, who's up next? That was an action, only required an action token from Momi. It doesn't require it from both of you, luckily. And the person whose role was used, which is Momi, gains a hope. Just so you know. So Mengah, I'm taking your action tracker off of there because you don't need it.
I fixed it.
Thank you very much. And Finn, I saw you after Momi.
I already used my action token up there. Now I'm going to do another action and close the gap to where if the Wraith has to hit me, it's going to hit me first versus our magic fairy lady there. And I'm going to attack the skeleton in front of me because I'm going to also say I can't hit the Wraith. Magic works. I don't have magic, but I can hit these fuckers. And I'm going to say that to Momi. And I'm going to attack Skullboy there.
All right, bring it on.
Okay. We got... Well, you got a fear die.
Woohoo!
But it doesn't matter for me because if I get a fear die, I just turn it into hope. So, but it is a 11 on the fear and 7 on hope. So that's 18 plus 3 is 19, 20, 21.
So where is the turn it to hope?
So,
are you looking at Call of the Brave?
Yes,
so,
Call of the Brave.
2 nuances here. One, it doesn't turn it to a hope. You also gain a hope. And that's only when you fail a roll with fear. If you succeed a roll with fear, it doesn't fall into that qualification.
Got it.
What did you roll in total?
18 plus 3 is 19, 20, 21.
Yeah, that's a success with fear, definitely.
Okay. All right, and 6 plus 1 is 7.
7, so it will fall just shy of its major damage threshold.
Cool, and that was a successful attack. Stress, to deal them stress.
All right, you add the stress onto this, and so through this one attack, you also take a stress, but this attack turns the legs and hip section of this skeleton to bone meal and bone dust, and it collapses. However, when you did roll that fear, there are... I am going to make a quick move for this encounter, using that fear that I just gained to bring out 2 more skeletons. Who push them... Let me mark down the counter. You are down to 6 out of 8. 2 more skeletons at this moment begin to haul themselves out of the ground right by the carriage. I am not Oh, you did roll with fear, so that is the fear move, and now I'm going to take my turns. The Wraith over here is going to take a shot at Finn with that same necrotic energy. Nat 20. I don't think I can crit, though.
No, you can't. I remember that the DM cannot crit. That
Yep.
was
With all due respect to the creators at Darrington Press,
Yeah.
but let me crit.
The boy so hard.
Let me crit. Come on. If they can, let me. But that also means I can't critical fail. But this is going to deal 10 magic damage to you as it strikes out at you with this faint, greenish, sickly energy, and you feel your skin that is always a little bit wet, dry, and crackle.
And can I use armor slots to negate some of it?
Yes, you can. It is magic.
Okay.
Or it's damage you can negate.
All right, you said you rolled 11?
Yup.
Okay. So that's a major damage. Oh, shit. All right.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry. No, I
each
rolled
slot-
10. 10.
10. Okay. So each slot costs how much again? Sorry.
It depends on your individual armor. So let's look at yours. Yours is
I have
4.
4.
So every slot you spend reduces the damage by 4.
Oh, shit. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's very
I'm just
helpful.
Going to do 4. That's not good. I'm just going to spend 2
Oh, nice.
just to make it work, per se, I guess.
Spending 2. So I'm looking at your
Okay.
sheet and just going over
Alright.
some strategy.
Yeah.
It did 10 to you, and your threshold for major is 8. Your armor is 4. If you reduce it by 4, that takes it down to a minor. If you reduce it by 8, it's still a minor. So you're just spending an additional armor slot without getting anything out of it.
Then I will just
There
use
we go.
1 so I can keep that.
Yes,
It sounds like
sir.
that the math ain't mathing.
Yeah, something there wasn't mathing right.
So when you do that, it will look like I'm starting to dry out, but I'm going to just kind of grit my teeth and still get moisturized back.
Moisturized. Okay, I love it. Very nice. So you only take 1 hit point worth of damage.
Bits don't crack, dude.
Next action token. Oh god, you did say that. Next action token, I am moving this little skeleton down here up to next to Mengah and Otto. And I'm going to just roll randomly. Evens, Mengah. Odds, Otto. 7. 5. So it still misses because it has a +0. Doesn't it?
5 is my evasion.
Meat to beat, baby! All right. That is... Let me confirm the plus here. 10 physical damage.
You dog. Okay, he's gonna have the shield still imprinted with the wraith kind of blocking that, and his head is gonna spin and see the skeleton come, and he's gonna try and turn. Not quite get there all the way. He is gonna use 1 armor to reduce that to 1 damage, but still takes 1 HP.
All right. I still have a few actions here. And we're going to have the one that is right next to Momi is going to try to attack Momi. 16 on the die.
Yeah, that hits.
That'll hit.
Definitely hits.
4. 12 points of physical damage as it slices down with a rusty blade.
I will definitely use some of my armor, one of my armor points to knock that down.
Yep.
So it'll just be a major, not a severe. 'Cause
And do
fuck,
remember
ouch.
that on your first armor use, it reduces by 3. An additional 1, so a total of 3, thanks to Otto's boost to you.
Oh, yes. Okay.
But if I'm reading your sheet correctly, your threshold for major is 6, and for severe is 12.
Yep.
So if you mark it down by 1, you'll still take 2 hit points.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. 2 hit points as this stabs deep into you and cuts you. I've got 2 moves left. That one is gone. That one is gone. We only got these left. So this one right here is going to attack Roux. 19 on the die. They don't have a bonus, so it's just a flat 19. Oh, almost max damage. Here, 18 damage. It's 3d6, and I rolled a 5, a 5, and a 6, and then plus 2.
Yeah, so we'll just take it. Let's see.
Yeah,
You said
use
how
some
much?
armor.
You said?
Uh,
Doesn't
18.
matter. No, I'm not going to use armor.
Oh, taking
I'm not
it?
going to use armor. Well, you can't. My armor's only 2, so even if I spent the 2 armor, it's still going to take it to severe. So
That's true. Strategically, that's the move. So that is 3 points of hit point damage. Could you please describe this strike on you, Roux?
It's getting in the shoulder.
And it's
It's
one
going
of,
to come down with a downward kind of piece onto the shoulder, I think.
and because you are a little bit shorter, it stabs down, and as it pushes you down to one knee with the force of it, the rusty point digging more and more into the meat of your shoulder, it gives you a and I have one more person who hasn't gone, and coincidentally, one more action token. That would be this wraith up here, who is going to... I have one fear. Do I want to use it? No, I don't. Is going to float backwards away from you after what you just did to it. And because it knows it has advantage against you, Otto, because it's the one that made you vulnerable.
Do it.
A 12 on the die, so that'll hit. 4. 6 magic damage. Oh, I'm sorry, 7. 7 magical damage. As it tries to pull whatever life force it is that animates Clanks, it tries to wrench it out of you.
As it tries to wrench it out, there's a thick layer of ice from his head just goes, and I will use an armor slot and negate all the damage.
There you go. Damn, tank! All right, that is the end of my action economy. It's up to y'all. People who I don't think have gone much. You all, I can't see because I don't have the action tokens, but think amongst yourselves who hasn't gone as much, and let's start with them.
Roux.
Roux's going full ape shit. He's gonna jump on that guy right there.
Okay, let's go.
But I would consider our lovely lady we're protecting to be an ally. Correct?
Certainly.
Cool. We're gonna roll that with sneak attack then too.
Ooh, first sneak attack of the game.
So that's a 25 with hope.
Holy shit. So gain a hope, and
Go ape
definitely
shit.
hits.
And then we're gonna roll some damage.
Oh, did you see the second part of sneak attack? Just in the future? Before you use sneak attack, you can spend any number of hope, and if it is successful, you deal another d6 damage for each hope spent. Nasty. It's a gamble, which is why you have to announce it before you roll your action dice. But that's amazing.
Right. So that's 10 damage total.
10 damage total as you jump onto this one's shoulders and just stab straight down. You just get your blades into the bones here, scissoring it on either side of the neck, and just take the head straight off, which just rolls, the body collapsing as you finish landing, dead in one strike. And the counter ticks down to 5. Who's next?
I mean, if you don't mind, I have a turn I could go.
Let's go.
Quick. So after that, Momi is going to move to stand on top of this cart, like where you would hold the reins.
So the cart just a reminder, has unfolded and is currently floating a foot in the air. That is where the magical process is is occurring.
Okay, then she'll step on the platform that once was a cart. And she is going to use one of her Primal Origin abilities that allows her to hit an additional target within range of a spell. And she's going to cast Rune Ward on our dragonfly friend and then on Mengah as well.
Okay, what is Rune Ward?
You guys watch as these two little, almost like powdery mothballs come from her wings, and they just kind of gently float towards those two, and you give a token, and whoever holds it can spend hope to reduce the damage by 1d8 when they get attacked.
That's super cool. And it is on both of them right now. So mark a stress. I will also say for standing on for jumping up onto the cart, which is churning with arcane energy, that will also inflict a stress upon you, being in that space.
Okey-dokey.
So as you jump up there, these, would you describe them as like little mothballs?
Yeah, they're like little glowing mothballs.
One floats right to the Arcanist, who is right next to you, who, without even seeming to acknowledge it with her eyes, grabs it with one hand, the other out towards Mengah. But in the process, Mommy, that was a very difficult thing to do. And you feel a little taxed from that. All right. Who's up next? Mengah? Otto? Finn?
I can go.
All right.
So just to clarify, on the sneak attack, it says add a d6 to your damage roll. Does that mean that I add my d6 from my dagger and that d6? Or
It's
I'm
a
sorry,
d8
d8
from your dagger and a d6, yes.
Okay, cool. That's what I thought.
And
Okay,
again,
just to clarify.
just like we just went over, if you want to gamble some hope first.
Yeah, I don't have enough hope
Okay.
to do that. So otherwise, I would have. I think that's probably for maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
You have two.
Okay. No, I have one.
You have one.
I'm not gonna. I need to save it just in
Okay.
case. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and attack. Use my. Let me do this appropriately. And then going to attack the gentleman
Right next to you, I'd
directly in
imagine.
front of me. Yes, yes.
All right, let's go.
With my dagger.
Roll to hit.
That's with the d12s,
Two
right?
d12s, yes.
Yep, that's right. Okay, good.
The only time you will ever use a d20 might be for damage.
19 hope. Actually, they're the same. What if
Wait,
they're the same?
then it wouldn't have 19 because of your bonus. If they're the same, then you crit.
Yeah. Oh shit! Cool.
Critical hit.
So you remove a stress if you had any. You gain a hope, and you crit. So roll your damage as normal, and then we're going to add an additional 8 plus 6, so an additional 14. You know what? You can roll if you want to. I'm letting you know you don't have to. If you just want to narrate how you obliterate this,
I would like to. I was gonna say, can I narrate it instead?
you absolutely can, because it's
Cool.
it's already dead.
Okay, cool. So I watch him lay into my friend here, and I don't really appreciate that very much. And then I see this wraith on the other side, and I don't really appreciate that very much. So I say, okay, we must sacrifice one to save one. And then she is going to sink into the ground, come up on the other side, and she is going to take both of her daggers and go directly onto either side of this guy's throat and rip.
Wonderful. And the head goes spilling off, the body falling to pieces.
Death for death.
All right. Finn?
All right. So, here's the fun part now. Hey, Roux! Throws his sword down, grabs his shield, throws back, and gets ready to springboard Roux feet up to hover to the Wraith. Tag team.
All right.
And I got it to burn.
So, so you are launching Roux. Wonderful. So, how would this work? And Roux, what are you planning on doing when you are launched there?
As he comes down, he's gonna cast Rain of Blades and just kind of like come out from this and go, whee! A la Gambit style in X-Men.
That's amazing. Amazing. You both roll damage. All right, cool. So we're gonna do it this way. Because Finn, you didn't specifically mention an attack, but that is really cool. So here's what I'm going to do. Because of that, I'm going to, first of all, both of you roll your duality dice so that we can figure out whose we're going to use.
I got an 18 with fear.
18 with fear, okay.
$21 with hope.
So probably gonna go with that one.
Yeah.
Which means that you, Finn, will gain a hope from that. And
Give it right back.
for Roux, you spend 2 of your hope to do this. And I'm going to say, because it's fun, the way that the extra damage, because Finn didn't do an actual attack, we're going to consider this target at the moment vulnerable. So it will take an additional 1d8 damage.
Sweet.
2d8 total.
Yes.
Can I flavor that real quick?
Please, yeah.
It's literally from the Crimson Maw, the energy when we connect, because we are from the same group. That's what gives him the kind of the glow. It's just red crimson glow of the daggers that fly out.
Love it. Love it.
Watch X-Men in this house.
We all love it.
So that's gonna be 6 damage total.
6 total damage. Okay.
Yep.
It is not resistant to magic, but that doesn't quite make it to the major threshold, so that is going to be 1 hit point of damage to this one. Oh, I forgot to do that. 6. Okay. All right. That is 1 hit point away from that one. That was Finn's action, and it was with hope. So, who's next? Otto. I'll move your token.
Otto is. Ooh, thank you.
And Mallo,
Going to.
I'm sorry, Roux, we do still have 1 of your tokens up on the action tracker from your first attack this time around.
Cool.
So Otto is going to twist his head towards Mengah as she just destroyed that skeleton next to him. And his eyes kind of blink a little bit. Get back to her as he goes back straight, and they narrow a little bit at the wraith, and he pulls the shield up and just like bam.
Love it.
And he's going to do the power push again.
Okay, another spellcast roll.
That is a 1 or a 7? That's a 1. 6 with hope.
6 with hope is going to be a fail. You still gain a hope, but as you come forward and start to try to repel against this, it just, like liquid, just moves a little bit back from you, unimpacted by this, and it is now going to be my turn. Now, I only have 1 fear to spend. Yeah, I gotta do it. And spending my fear, getting rid of it. Right near the, again, pulled by the arcane energy of the... Oh, I forgot to tick down because you took another out. Pulled by the arcane energy from the Arcanist, more skeletons just continue to pull their way out of the ground as 2 more emerge. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actions at my disposal right now. this one right here is going to float away. Try to. And is going to make another advantage attack against Otto because you just attacked it. I rolled a 4 and 5 on my die with advantage, but it has a +3 to hit, so 8 is the best. And to you, that will deal 10 magic damage, Otto.
What does that look like when he's getting damaged?
When you get damaged or when it gets damaged?
Or, like, its attack,
it's
what does
this
it look like?
sickly green energy that emanates from it to you and tries to pull the life force out of its target.
Ah, yes. And then, again, his head turns and follows, and the ice comes down, but it's slightly slower this time, and it doesn't quite block everything. So he's going to use his last armor slot and still take 1 HP.
Okay. That is Wraith has gone. Oh! Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I do it? I can. I haven't gotten to use this ability of the skeletons yet. I'm going to use... Oh, no, can I? No! I can't! I don't have fear. Wait, can I convert... I have to check a rule really quick. I have to see something. Give me 1 second.
You should do it anyway for science.
No, because I have to actually try to follow the game before I break it.
You gotta see if he can break it, if he's allowed to break it.
Alright, let me see. Hold on, friends. We'll see if this works.
I love how, because I know Maddie's a DM, so I can see her brain as a DM tickles like, yeah.
Yeah, I can do this! Okay, I can do this. I am going to remove 2 action tokens to give myself a fear. I am immediately going to use that fear to use one of the skeleton abilities that I haven't gotten to, called Group Attack. Activate every skeleton within close range of a target. Close range is 5 to 10 feet. All 3 of these by Momi are that. They're all going to move into melee range.
Oh dear.
And they're all going to attack. I don't have to roll, but it uses up all 3 of their activations. 15 total damage, 5 from each, as all 3 in a horrifying unison, like demented puppets controlled by some puppeteer that you can't see. And all in perfect unison, the 3 blades crossing right into you. What would you like to do in response? Anything?
I think I could still use 1 more armor slot, I think.
Well, how many do you have remaining?
Like, my armor had +2.
No, say it doesn't reduce your armor value. Do you see right next to armor it has armor slots?
Oh, yeah.
So
How many does it?
I know you've used 1 to reduce it by 2. Every slot that you use, because your armor value is 2, will reduce the damage by 2.
Okay.
So if you use 2 of them, that will subtract it from 15 to 11, which would take it from a severe to a major.
Okay, so I ended up having to use 2 slots last time to bring it below a major, so
Okay.
but I'll use 2 more this time to bring it just down to a major
1,
as well.
2. There we go. So if my records are correct, you have 2 armor slots left?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have 2 left.
And
2 hit points.
2 hit points. You manage, or your leather armor stops one of the blades from penetrating into you, but the other 2 rusty swords stab straight into you. The Arcanist her eyes flicker to you just for a second as she sees this happen, but is unable to take her focus off of this ceremony. So I now have, those 3 have gone, that one has gone, I have 3 action tokens left, but only 1 thing that can go. So I am going to actually remove 2 of the action tokens to bank a fear. And that'll be the end of my turn. Who would like to go next? Momi!
Yeah, she's going to panic.
Wise
whip out
decision.
whip out her wings once more. And then she is going to pull out her wand and take one more stress to hit 2 targets, and she's going to attempt to hit the 2 skeletons directly in front of her.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand everything that just happened. So you took a stress to activate your wings.
Yep, bringing me to 4 stress.
For the next level, or for the next minute, increases your evasion score by 1 and lets you fly. Now, it doesn't have a lot of specifics on how flying works, but unless I'm missing it somewhere. But, so, yeah, you can activate your wings and fly up.
And then I'm going to pull out that wand again and attempt to hit the 2 skeletons directly in front of me.
Okay, let's go.
Will I roll twice or once?
Let me see here, which thing exactly you're using so I can see the wording. You were using your Primal Origin subclass feature. Allows you to modify, hit an additional target within range with the spell. I think you should have to roll it twice. I think adding a target makes it so that you should have to roll it twice. It isn't specified, so I'm making a DM call.
So, that is 15 with fear for the first one, and 7 with hope for the second one.
I just thought of something, so we're going to use the first one for both.
Okie dokie.
Because otherwise you could possibly generate 2 hope by using that ability, which I don't think is what they intended. So I think it's one roll applied to both. So there's a 15 with fear, which hits them both.
Yes. Then I will roll my damage.
And that also keeps you as a DM from getting too fear if necessary.
I'm trying to interpret the rules in the most logical way in absence of specificity.
That makes sense. So that was max damage, so 7 each. I'm just gonna roll 1 damage for both, I'm gonna assume. Unless you want me to roll twice.
I think that also makes sense if you're rolling once to hit, rolling once for damage. That is just shy of their major, so each one is going to take 1 out of their 2 hit points worth of... Oh, where'd you go? 2 hit points worth of damage. Very nice, though.
Alrighty. Then she's gonna just herself around the magical portal thing. She's not gonna move from her spot.
That makes a lot of sense. Finn, before I let you go, I'm gonna go because there was a fear. So I'm gonna go, if that's cool. And my dear... Ooh, which one? There's so many targets. Okay. It's a target-rich environment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I am vulnerable.
I know. I understand. Ooh, actually, that is an interesting point. Let me see. Yeah, you're right. That's what it is. This one right here will, as your head continues to follow it, there's a moment where one of your eye lenses pops ever so slightly and the head of Otis comes looking out and retreats in fear as the wraith right across from you, which had been moving in slow, fluid, creeping movement, suddenly goes right at you all the way. And I'm going to spend both of my fear to use one of its abilities called Pass Through. It has advantage against you, and it has to make a attack. This is very hopeful that I roll low.
Gotta roll pretty low.
Well, one of them was a nat 1. The other was a 7 for a total of 10. And so what happens is this thing comes up to you, and as it passes through you and moves into your body and then out of it, your soul travels out with it and is temporarily shunted from your body. And the rest of you see as Otto just kind of deactivates until this ticks down by 1. You can't do shit.
Oh, that's sick.
I love you for that, by the way. I love that is your response, and that is why I love you as a player. I have one more
Holy shit, man.
action. So I'm going to take this skeleton right here, who is going to make an attack on the Arcanist. That'll hit.
Remember she has the D8 dice that she can use a hope
Wonderful.
to decrease the damage.
So and let me roll that to see if it keeps working. It did not roll an 8, so it keeps working. But as the skeleton rears back to stab, the moat she was holding she lets go of, and it flies right in front of the blade. And it slows the blade, but doesn't stop it. Still stabbing into, dealing 1 hit point worth of damage as the Arcanist lets out a primal roar as she continues to try to regain her focus, ticking the counter back up to 5. But that is the end of my action economy. Y'all are up. Finn.
I'm up. Cool. I don't like what anything of this is happening right now at this current point in time. We're gonna drop an action tracker down, and we're gonna use an ability that Ribbits have. I'm going to use my long tongue on I can't pick shit. I don't know why it's not letting me. But the one that just attacked the
Arcanist?
our high value, our
Okay.
high value target.
Wonderful.
With that, and I'm gonna pull it to me. First off, so stress token, boom, and then it looks to be.
So, reading the rules, you are within range for close, because that's 5 to 10 feet.
Right.
Because I'm unsure as to whether they intended it to be able to actually pull enemies toward you, it says things. I'm going to have it roll basically a strength check. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Why would it? Well, no. Okay. So it says to grab onto things close to you.
Right.
You can mark the stress to unleash it as a finesse close weapon that does D12 physical damage.
Right.
Using your proficiency.
So it sounds like, at least according to my understanding, you can use it to grab things, or use it as a weapon.
Okay.
It doesn't mention anything about pulling them towards you, but I think that's really cool. So for right now, I'm going to give it a chance to stay where it is. Either way, still roll to hit.
Yeah. Okay.
It rolled a nat 1, so if you hit it, I'll let you pull it towards you.
All right. Cool. So 2 D12s. 13, because it has nothing base, and it's 13 hope.
13 hope will hit, and you regain hope.
Boom. Got it. Let's get it.
And
Hold on.
Whoop, pull it towards you.
1d12 of damage.
You can take it out.
When I have it, I'm just going to crush it and pull it. So, where's my d12? Oh, I have one.
If you you should have 2. 10. It's threshold being 8. You manage to snake your tongue through its ribcage, grab onto the spinal column, and yank.
Get over here!
And so you pull an object towards you, specifically 2 or 3 of its vertebrae, that just get removed, and the top half just... And for a second, in a classic cartoon moment, the feet and pelvis and top and lower half of the spine kind of turn and rotate, looking for its top half, and then just eventually collapse as well. And good news, that ticks down the tracker by 1, which means Otto. You power back up.
He's alive.
And,
Mengah, I haven't heard from you in a little while.
Right here.
If that was the end of your action, Finn.
That was the end of that action. I was going to take another one if no one else had
Well, let me see if anyone else wants to really quick, because there are a few people I haven't heard an action from. I think, Mengah, it's been a little while. I think it's been since you're fan of Blades.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Definitely time for you.
No. So it's my sneak attack.
True. Okay. Still time for you.
Can I give her help on her turn?
Let me look up that exact rule, because that is a cool one. So let me see.
I'm trying to get over there, Mommy.
Oh
I'm trying
god,
to get over
there's
there.
so many. Oh no.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, I'm trying to get this guy down
Oh,
so I
no.
can get over here.
Help is such a common word.
I think I need to spend a hope.
Yeah, I know you do, but I need to see exactly if it can be done in combat. One second. Would it be under action rolls? Let's see. Trait rolls. Group action rolls. Oh, here
While
we
he's
go.
doing that, I'd like to take 2 back-to-back if I can, team. It'll be quick, promise.
Here we go. Here it is. Help an ally. You can spend 1 hope to help an ally who's about to make an action roll where you could feasibly aid them. If you do, describe how. Roll just your hope die. This doesn't count as an action. Your ally then chooses which of the 2 hope die results to use. So, it would cost you a hope and you roll if you then describe how you do it.
I would like to do that before Mengah does whatever horrific thing she got planned.
I'm gonna stab and sneak attack this right thing.
Hell ass. So
Hell
I'm gonna
ass.
hope. And Otto is on the ground. His eyes flicker back up, and he sees the Wraith and Mengah engaged, and his free arm just goes and grabs the Wraith to hold it in place while he's still on his back. And I will roll my hope die.
Okay.
11.
Whew, very nice. Now, that is something you can use on this turn, Mengah.
The 11?
Yes. You can
Okay,
use
can
it
I just-
instead of your own hope die if you want. You don't have to.
Can I mean, it sounds like it's pretty good. 'Cause
Well-
then can I add my...
So, the way
like,
it
if
works
I'm gonna do
is you're
dagger?
you still roll your 2d12s as normal, your
Okay,
hope and
okay,
fear. Because while 11 is great numerically, you might want yours if you crit.
11 fear.
First of all, you need to roll your hope also. So let's just do that so that we can keep our records. Wait, was that 11 with fear or an 11 on the fear die?
That's 11 with fear.
Okay. Do you want to use Otto's D12 for hope?
yeah,
So what was the
yeah.
result on your hope die?
A 2.
So instead, you get to use an 11, which, if my math is correct, means you had a 9 on your fear. Is that right?
I had a 7. And I had the +2 on my dagger over here.
Oh, the +2. There we go. So 7 plus 2 plus 11. So yeah, 20 with hope this time.
Thank you so much. Yes.
So you will gain a hope. You hit. And you get to deal that extra d6 of sneak attack damage.
Otto's just got it gripped, so whatever ethereal part is there, and his eyes are just flashing, and he just says, "No, no, no."
I think that's 7? 7? Oh no, hold on. I don't understand.
Just use your
how
actual
this
dice,
works.
it'll be easier. So
Okay, thank you so much. I
Yeah,
appreciate that
yeah,
very much.
yeah.
Thank you so
You
much.
could have been using your actual dice this whole time. So just roll a d8 and a d6. The d6 is for your sneak attack.
13 damage.
Did you already add in the +1 from your
Yes.
weapon? Okay.
Yes.
13. We reduce that by half because this is physical damage, rounding up
yes,
to 7, which puts it at a minor for this one, still giving it 1 hit point down. And so between you and Otto, you manage to slice through, again, like a light breeze through smoke as it just cuts through, but you can feel some tangible resistance. You are doing damage,
Yeah.
but it's taking a little bit on this. You are level 1.
I'm doing my best.
You're doing
Is it
your absolute
possible?
best.
Is it possible for me then to run over here
Yep, that's within your range.
Got it. And I'm gonna tap my knives on each other and lift my cap up. Hello.
Very thematic. Are you
That's it.
taking an action? You said you wanted to
Well,
take
I
two in
was-
a row?
I was going to, but I felt bad.
No, don't feel bad.
Okay, I'm gonna sneak attack it.
And just a
roll my
reminder,
dagger, please.
if you want to gamble some of your hope,
I am gonna do that. I
How
was
many?
gonna do that. Just the one.
1. Okay, so if you hit, you'll deal an additional 2d6 damage.
Okay, cool. So I just rolled my
So first, roll your 2d12s. Nice job using that help function of hope there, Aaron.
14 on fear.
14 with fear. That is still enough to hit, however.
Fantastic. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do that.
So that's
with that
1d8
speed.
plus 2d6 plus 1.
Today's beta test is brought to you by math.
Yeah,
15.
It's a math game. Did you say 13?
15.
15. Could you describe how you obliterate this skeleton? Ticking the counter down to 3.
So she sinks low and runs over there, pulls out her 2 daggers, and she says, hello. And then she immediately goes right into the rib cage and snaps up, and the bones pop.
All right. Gross.
Yeah, disgusting, ruthless. That's my experience.
All right. I'm going to simply choose to bank that fear. And I'll use one of my actions right now that I have available to have this one make a random attack. Odds, evens. Right on you, Mengah. 11 plus 0. Does an 11 hit your evasion?
No.
Ooh, could you describe how you dodge this?
Okay, so I'm high off this kill, right? You know, death for death. And so she's taking it in, and she just feels the shift between the life leaving to life coming, and she dodges that. Like the Matrix style.
Oh, unfortunately, Roland Wolf made such a good call in the chat, but you don't have 2 hope
What?
available. You could
Yeah,
use your
I don't
circle
at all,
of life.
I was going to, but I gambled.
Yep, that's all right. That was a good gamble. Good gamble. It cost 2 hope to use that, but that's great. But you still managed to avoid this attack, and I'm going to pass play back over. Yeah, haven't heard from Roux Capu
I'm
in a
going to
little
you
bit.
regardless. I'm going to you regardless, Mallo.
I think we just need to start hitting this wraith a little bit. You know, we need to lay in some damage to it. You know, it's been standing.
It
there
has
too
been. It's
long.
been chilling.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a little shot at it real quick. See what we can do here. Actually, you know what? I got hope for days. We're just gonna do Rain of Blades.
There we go.
Yeah. Because we know it's physical.
He is good at dealing with physical, but Rain of Blades takes it to magic.
14, but with fear.
14 with fear, it'll still hit. Their
Not
difficulty,
vulnerable, right?
their AC, their difficulty is 13, the wraiths. So you know, so you did barely hit.
Cool. But it's not vulnerable, right?
Correct.
That was only the one time.
Yeah, that was
So-
just to represent your cool team action.
Yeah. All right. So 6 points of damage there.
6 points, not magical. Hits into the minor, or is magical, not physical, so it doesn't get reduced. Hits into the minor area, takes another hit point of damage as when you fan these blades out, part of the smoke doesn't repair itself. It is getting hurt. Slowly. And you said that was with fear?
Yeah.
I'm going to interrupt then, and I am
Can
going
we
to
retreat just a little bit then?
Oh yeah, that's
More of a
fine.
movement?
And you start to back up as it follows behind you, and is going to use the same move that it used on Otto just a second ago. It doesn't have advantage on you, and you are harder to hit. So I'm not using this cursed die that has given me 7 2. Look, it's great for you, Matty. This die has been great for you because it's made me roll low. It's done exactly what you needed it to do. That is a 12?
Nope.
Damn! So
Can't hit the monkey. The monkey's too fast.
you just, how do you get out of the way as it's trying to charge into you?
Oh, it's a Diddy Kong cartwheel, of course.
Wonderful. And get out of the way. And that, unfortunately, cost me 2 of my fear for nothing. Bummer. So that is the end of... oh no, I still have other stuff I can do. So I'm going to... Yeah. Because we're pushing this. I'm going to spend both of the action points to generate a fear. I'm going to use that fear to have 2 more skeletons climb out of the ground. I can do this as long as I have fear. But I can only do it once each. I literally can as long as you keep giving me fear, but I'm out of actions and fear, so who's up? Finn.
Well, fucking Bones. Gonna turn around and swung him a sword at the skeleton.
Swing, swung away.
God, that is so engraved in my fucking brain now.
Yup.
Okay, 11 on hope and 9 on fear. So 20 plus 3, 23.
23 will definitely hit, yeah.
Okay. And I rolled a 1 for damage, so we're gonna re-roll that bitch. And that is 7 and 1 is 8.
8, just enough to break into its major damage threshold, cutting it to dust with this. You just turn around, clear it before it even managed to pull itself all the way out of the ground. It's just whack a skeleton at that point.
Go back in the hole.
And that takes the counter to 2.
Okay, so I did that. I have a question.
Yo.
Just refresh my memory. Okay, I've already attacked. I can't move or do anything
You
else,
can
right?
move as part of that action since... Oh, wait, did you move before? You didn't move before that.
No.
So you can
right
move.
behind me, so I popped it. All right, cool. So we're going to go ahead and get right here in between.
Easily
Hold the
done.
line.
Easily
Yep.
done.
Sword up, shield up.
All right. Otto, I saw your hand. Think about who wants to go
Otto
next.
is going to, his arms kind of pushing him up backwards as he stands to his full height and spins around to right himself and tries to take his shield and slam into the wraith again, but he's going to move slightly down here to keep maximum distance and between our target and the enemy, and try and do the same power push again.
Roll it.
$14 with fear.
14 will hit. I'll take that fear, though.
Ooh, okay. Damage is 1 spell damage.
1. But you still knock it back from you.
Yes.
Because it has a spectral body, it doesn't impact into the trees. So you watch as you send this blast of arcane energy out, and it just flies back through the trees, disappearing for a second.
And my follow up my movement, I am going to rhino charge it.
You have just enough movement.
And that's my turn.
All right. Damn it. What do I do? Okay. My turn, because you rolled with fear. This one right here is going to attack the Arcanist. Will hit. Even with the moat reducing the damage, this one stabs deep into the Arcanist, who, with one hand, eyes still rolled back, grabs onto the blade. What are you all doing? I need to finish this. Help me! That ticks the counter up by 1, back to 3. This one right here is going to, again, randomly decide. This time on Momi. 14 on the die.
14 will hit, yeah.
4. 11 physical damage.
Okay. With the 11, there's no use using my armor to try to knock that down, because I don't have enough. That will be the rest of my hit points.
Okay, so now we have a quick little decision to make. When you have spent your last hit point in Daggerheart, you have to make a death move. You have 3 options. Blaze of Glory, where you embrace your death, go out in a blaze of glory, take an action, which becomes an automatic critical success at my discretion, and then die. Option 2, avoid death. You avoid death and face the consequences. Roll your fear die. If its value is equal to or under your level, you gain a scar. You also drop unconscious temporarily. You may not move or act while unconscious. You return to consciousness when an ally clears 1 or more of your marked hit points, or when your party finishes the next long rest. Option 3. So, to be clear, Blaze of Glory, you guaranteed die. Avoid death, you guaranteed don't die. But you might gain a scar. Option 3, risk it all. Roll your duality dice, and if the hope is higher, you stay on your feet and clear an amount of hit points and or stress equal to the value of the hope die. You can divide those points up however you wish between stress and hit points, but if your fear die is higher, you die. So for the first time in this system, what move would you like to make as the skeleton stabs and pierces through you?
So,
yep.
One is strategic, one is cinematic.
In this situation, because you're adhering to the rules as intended, do whatever you want.
So, nobody knows this but Lauren, but in our little conversation, Mengah told her to not fear death. And in response, she said, as long as you are with me, I no longer fear death. So she is going to go out in a blaze of glory.
Okay.
While looking over to Mengah. And I don't know if you'll allow this, but I get one action, right?
I'll allow almost anything in this moment.
I will like to use my last stress point to shoot, once again, to double the spell once more, and attempt to kill the 2 skeletons near me in my final moments.
So, you can absolutely do that.
Okay.
Not only can you absolutely do that, they, in Blaze of Glory, are automatically critical successes. Which means they automatically hit, and just looking at the amount of damage it does, it's automatically enough to destroy both of them. So can you describe this?
So, the blade is going to pierce directly through her almost insectoid chest, and she's just going to smile. And as she smiles, she's not going to look down at the skeleton whatsoever, but she's going to look directly at Mengah, and she's going to launch her wings out as wide as they can go, almost to a point of tearing. And I want her to just kind of explode in a burst of almost moth dust, like that little faint mica powder dust, and she just wants to burst and have that kind of initial burst be what blows the skeletons away.
As you do this, all of you see as Momi detonates, the two skeletons near her disintegrate and turn into ash that floats away. And as this happens, the carriage comes falling to the ground. The wraith, Otto, that you were pursuing into the forest fades. The wraith next to Finn and Roux dissolves into nothingness. The keystone atop the unfolded carriage thrums and vibrates with arcane energy. And then, all at once, a soundless explosion erupts from the Whitefire Arcanist, causing all the lingering skeletal dust and the final wisps of the remaining wraiths to be pushed and scattered to the wind. The trees nearby from the energy created by this blast. And then the clearing is quiet once again. The Arcanist looks tired. As she had been hovering a millimeter or so above the ground, her toes pointed down, she settles and squats down and falls back onto her butt. Oh. And she looks at where the moth dust is still dissipating, unimpacted by the explosion of energy.
Oh. It's not fair, is it?
Well, it's not. It's not fair at all. But I'll say one thing. She was wrong. Because she didn't die alone. She died with us. We were here with her.
Never alone again.
Back inside the treehouse, not but an hour later, the keystone sits suspended carefully above a rumbling fire in the hearth. The Arcanist looks even older now than she did before. The strain and the pain etching deeper into her face. She sits cross-legged in an overstuffed chair, and there's exhaustion in her voice when she speaks to you again.
Every one of you should be proud. You fought well, bravely, as did your friend. If it is any consolation, she died to protect those she didn't even know. No one will know her name for it, or what she has done. That is what heroes are. Not the ones who do it for the fame and the glory so people will sing their names. Those who lay down their lives in the dark, where no one else will know. And you were right, Finn. She wasn't alone. And though the people of the city may not sing songs about her,
She looks up. The top of the treehouse unfolds slightly, just enough to let in the sounds of the forest from outside.
The children of the forest will sing of her.
Yeah.
Ethan, will you allow me to sprinkle a tiny bit of flavor on this?
Please.
I want it so when Mengah kind of collected the bits of moth dust, can I make it almost form into what looks to be like the smallest of cocoons? Like just a tiny little cocoon, like an inch wide, a glimmery cocoon.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all.
Mengah, you've been quiet holding this. It's not quite a cocoon. It's like the dust simply assembled itself in a pattern resembling it.
The keystone will need a week, maybe more, for the magic to settle. I'll need to watch it carefully to ensure that nothing cracks or becomes sentient or anything like that. You know how it is. In the meantime, after you rest and gather yourselves, have a nice meal, a warm bath. I have one more thing for you.
We cut to watching the carriage that the four of you now occupy pull away from the Arcanist's home. And we hear the Arcanist's voice as we watch the carriage pull away.
There is a spire just west of here, only a few hours' walk. I felt it on the way to the ritual. Its power was strange. The light felt weaker than it should be. I suspect that something might be terribly wrong with the Spire Keeper, and I fear what will happen if the light is extinguished altogether. If you make your way there, see what ails the Spire Keeper and see if you can re-illuminate the flame to its full potential. And perhaps...
And we see Mengah inside cradling a cocoon in her hands.
Then perhaps she might still have time to be right and die alone.
With the cart rumbling west towards this spire, towards a glimmer of hope, that's where we'll close tonight's session.
No, that's not.
Well done, everybody.
Oh,
Very well done.
wow.
That
Great job,
was
everybody.
a lot of fun.
That was nice.
That was awesome.
Thank you for listening to this special Daggerheart playtest one-shot. If you enjoyed, please consider subscribing and check out our other actual plays, which you can watch on our Twitch, Thousand Faces TTRPG, or our YouTube, Thousand Faces Cosplay. Stay buffed, friends.